global technology, and increasingly global power and global dominance. And Africa supplies the resources that enable that technology.
Stock hapo Nick, baki tu hapo mpaka tusote hii tunawashauri.
Admonishing that the partner shouldn't be exporting raw materials, process first. We should add value. Add value to resources. But what does it mean? It's okay to say but in practice, what does it mean? Where the human capital, where the policies? What does it mean to Africa to process natural resources, especially those that feed the global semiconductor supply chain? And so I brought a Brando and the party because together we have been working, the African Academy of Sciences, NEPA, and our friends and colleagues from South Africa, the Department of Science, Tech and Innovation, under which is a CSR, the Council on Scientific and Industrial Research, all represented in appropriately. We've been working for the last 1 year to start the implementation of Africa's next 10-year STI strategy, called STI 34. That runs from. It is Africa's agenda for STI. With the 4 countries, every country has a country plan. Every country has an agenda. Every country has policy. Every president has passed on every minister. But what does it mean to act locally or continentally? So CISA is the document of the EU that the roadmap will define from member states and their structures that yes, we have our own national agendas, so we cannot go alone. Africa needs to work together. And so CISA is the science agenda of Africa working together. There are many other agendas, different sectors. That's CISA. And our at the NEPA, CSR, and the African Academy of Sciences found it necessary on that CISA agenda to include semiconductor flagship project items. In planning this, we want to come out of here with a report, discussion points, an agenda worthy of 1.5 billion Africans on this continent, worthy of about 1/3 of the human race, worthy of a continent that in the next one generation would be about 40% of Africa's youth. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. Our young folks are anxious. They're on the streets of Kenya being called Gen Z. They're in West Africa being called the Sahel states. They are all over anxious to make manifest their lives and destiny. What kind of policies do we give our leadership? What kind of agendas do we pursue so that these young folks see from all over the world? And I want to tell you, in the way we say here in Kenya, karibu. Karibu sana. Enjoy your 2 days. When you walk out the hallway, just this door here, on the left, there's where you can make yourself more comfortable. Otherwise, on the right, there's coffee. At lunch, we'll have lunch set up on the hallway. We'll have dinner in the evening. Please don't leave if you don't have to. We want conversations to also feed our human relationships. So it's not an isolated discussion on policy and big talk. We also want to create a kind of personal rapport that will make us move forward as a team on this conversation. So be around, know each other. We have created a few social events like the dinner tonight and tomorrow so that we can be a little more relaxed and know each other and plan how we'll move this forward together. Thank you very much. I would now invite my director from the African Academy of Sciences, the executive director, Dr. Stephen Mutwiwa, to give the first welcome remarks. Our president, Ms. Corsten, she's a faculty at Pretoria in South Africa. Due to the perturbations in travel last few days, her flight was canceled. Well, don't tell her I said this. Good enough, we have our ED here to give us a talk. So please welcome Dr. Mutwiwa.
Apologies for the commercial silence. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, someone will need to help me with the internet here to open my document. I'm really excited to be here this morning. So like Professor Kumba has mentioned, my name is Dr. Stephen Mutwiwa. I'm the new Executive Director for African Academy of Sciences. This is actually my second month, and this is my first kind of external stakeholder meeting. So it's a special meeting for me. I come from the global health space. I'm a medical doctor. I did my PhD in health systems research. And so when we are talking systems, I'm at home. And when I went through the concept of this meeting, it was quite exciting to see that a lot of what you're going to be discussing here has been driving a lot of the things we do in the health space. Because the semiconductors, the chips, are so important in our diagnostics, in platforms of managing information. And so this is quite relevant for me. And as Professor Kumba has mentioned, Professor Lise Kosten, the president of the Africa Academy of Sciences, is the one who was supposed to be here with with you guys. Not that I was going to miss, I was still going to be a participant. But now I was elevated a bit to be able to give our remarks on her behalf. She was having a very busy schedule, and then we all know what's going on with traveling, which affected her, unfortunately. But I'm happy that a lot of you have made it to be here. And so, as I speak on our behalf, I just want, distinguished representative of different governments, the industry, the finance sector, academia, and development institution, including our partners out in NEPAD. Today morning, it's my pleasure to welcome you to Nairobi for the Africa Semiconductors Investors Forum. I'm doing this on behalf of my boss and the president of the academy. I wish from the beginning to thank all the partners and collaborators for joining us in this very timely and strategic convening, where we are meeting under the theme From Ground Up, Africa's Mineral-To-Chips Movement. The theme that captures both the scale of the opportunity for us, and also the urgency of the choices that we need to make before us. All over the world, semiconductors have become the invisible infrastructure for modern life. They power our phones, vehicles, health systems, like I mentioned, data centers, industry machinery, communication network, and the fast expanding digital economy. They are now central not only to commerce and innovation, but also to the sovereignty, the resilience, and the geopolitical influence. In this context, the question is no longer whether Africa should engage in the semiconductor value chain, but the question is how quickly and how strategically and collectively we should be doing this. For too long, and Professor Kumba mentioned this, Africa has participated in the global value chain largely as a source of raw materials. Yet we know that our continent owns many of the critical minerals essential to the semiconductor production, while also we are building a growing base of scientific talent, the innovation capacity, and entrepreneurial energy. The challenge before us is therefore not the absence of potential, it is the need to convert that potential into coordinated investment, stronger institutions, industrial capacity, and long-term value creation. When I look around the room, it gives me a lot of excitement and hope that we have such distinguished and great talent in the room. I see quite a number of us, we are in that age bracket. Most are older than me. So I'm hoping we have the fire to do things that we will be very proud to revisit with our grandchildren when they are implementing some of the issues you're going to discuss today. You are able to tell them, there was a meeting in Nairobi. This is what I was doing, and that's why you have what you have. So that is a key driving force and excitement for me, that we have an opportunity to rewrite the narrative about the potential and the opportunities that Africa is facing. So this forum really matters because it is designed not just as a symbolic gathering, but is a practical platform to advance a continental semiconductor agenda. It seeks to present a commercially grounded vision for Africa's role in the semiconductor ecosystem and showcase bankable opportunities mobilize finances, and strengthen the coordination that is so important to move from aspiration to implementation. The focus on packaging and testing hubs, mature node fabrication, fabless designer clusters, prototyping centers, skills academies, and mineral-to-mineral processing facilities is reflecting this important truth that Africa does not need to enter this sector from a position of imitation. It can enter from a position of strategic specialization. At the Africa Academy of Sciences, we see this as fully consistent with our broader mission and strategic direction. And I need again to mention that my new assignment is very exciting to me. When I see the distinguished, excellent leaders that form the African Academy of Sciences, the network, the respect, this is the voice that is supposed to guide the direction of Africa. We should be able to harness this opportunity. And I really want to thank Auda NEPA for the partnership, because this enables to accelerate the Africa agenda. And I just want to express the commitment of the Academy to be able to walk this journey in the semiconductor ecosystem and many other sectors that are captured within STISA 2034. The Strategic Plan 2023-2027 calls on us to strengthen the role of science, technology, and innovation in Africa's development, to deepen partnerships, to support knowledge generation and sharing, and to enhance feasibility and public engagement with science, and to position the Academy as a credible voice in science diplomacy and continental transformation. This forum, therefore, sits squarely within this vision. It reflects our belief that science must not only produce knowledge, but also shape industries, influence policy, expand opportunities, and contribute directly to Africa's prosperity. Africa's semiconductor future will not be secured by isolated initiatives. It will require ecosystems. It will require a stronger interface between industry and universities, between research and manufacturing, between policy ambition and investor confidence. It will require governments willing to align incentives, financiers that are prepared to take a long view, and scientific institutions that are ready to support talent development, innovation, and evidence-based decision making. This is where the Academy believes it has an important role to play. Having participated in drafting Africa's next 10-year science, technology, and innovation strategy, that is TISA 2034, and now fully implicated in structuring its implementation, we are fully aware and keen to leverage our community of over 700 fellows and affiliates in a structured partnership with other NEPA, DSTI, and other continental partners to deliver this strategy worthy of a continent of 1.5 billion. The eyes of African world are on us. We are honored to host this first of its kind summit in our commitment to serve as a bridge between science and policy, between research and enterprise, and between Africa priorities and global opportunity. And I thank my colleague, Professor Kumba, and his team for leading AIS efforts in this joint adventure that has deepened our AIS-NEPAD partnership in the shared objective to deliver STISA 34. We are committed to convening the conversations that matter supporting the partnerships that will endure, and helping ensure that Africa's scientific capabilities are translated into real developmental and economic outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, the global semiconductor sector is being reshaped by supply chain disruptions, technological competition, industrial policy shifts, and the search for trusted and diversified production networks. In that environment, Africa has a rare opening. But let us be very clear, opportunity alone does not guarantee transformation. It must be matched by vision, leadership, and execution. I think we are all alive to what's going on all over the world, and very clear that we can wake up one day and realize all our resources, our innovations should have been distributed all over the world. Otherwise, them benefiting the other side of the world can become a challenge, including even our own traveling, So we need to realize growing every side of this globe and having Africa participate and take the right position is going to be good for the whole world. We must therefore resist the temptation to think only in terms of extraction. Africa's future cannot be built simply on exporting more raw materials into the system that are designed elsewhere. Our future must be built on greater value addition, strong domestic capabilities, regional integration, and the confidence to participate in the industries that will define this century. That is why this gathering is so important. It asks us to think beyond the mine and towards the laboratory, beyond the laboratory towards the factory, and beyond the factory towards the larger ecosystem of skills, finance, standards, policies, and innovation that makes industrial transformation a possibility. No single country will build Africa's semiconductor future alone. But together, through regional specialization, strategic coordination, and frameworks such as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we can begin to assemble a competitive and investable continental proposition. We can create clusters of excellence, and we can build trusted partnerships. And we can give investors and scientists and policymakers a shared platform around which long-term action can be organized. Above all, let us remember that this conversation is bigger than the semiconductors alone. It is about the kind of Africa we want to build, an Africa that does not remain at the lower end of the global value chain, an Africa that uses science in a strategic way, and an Africa that translates and converts its assets into advantage, and an Africa that claims its place in shaping the technologies, the industries, and markets of the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I totally believe you are up to the task. And this is going to reflect in years to come. And I thank you very much for taking all your time and all the labor to get into this meeting. Looking forward to great discussions and tangible actions that we will go out there, implement, and guide our stakeholders to see a transformed Africa that is equally participating in global development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutiwa, for those extensive welcome remarks. One thing is that I'm an academic. So my colleagues from the DSTI who are here, we were chatting yesterday, they are experts at protocol. So some of us might miss a few items here and there at the protocol side, but we're in this business together. So pardon any oversight that I do. But our next speaker for this welcome remarks and keynotes would be Ms. Mary Orchison. She's the head of the Kenya Development Cooperation Section at the Embassy of Sweden here in Nairobi. And we have friends and long-time deep partners from Lund University. Sweden has been a strong partner to Africa in so many domains. Many people know maybe only the word SIDA, because there's cash on that side. But Sweden has been a strong partner of Africa since our independence. So we are very happy that of all the embassies in Nairobi and the whole diplomatic corps, Sweden is here on the table with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much and good morning. And as you heard, I did not have to travel very far since I'm based here in Nairobi since February last year. But good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start out by saying all protocols observed. It is truly a great pleasure and honor for me to be here today. And the reason is, of course, that I think that this topic is super important to discuss. And also, as we heard from the previous speaker, how to move it now from theory to practice. And I think that that will really be a game changer for Africa. I have a long history with SIDA, the Swedish Development Agency. I worked there for more than 25 years. And since this is also partly a SIDA finance project, I want to talk a little bit about why we see this is important from a Swedish development cooperation perspective. Having said that, the overall objective for SIDA and for Swedish development cooperation is to help and to improve the lives of poor people and to help them to lift themselves out of poverty. So we try to create conditions for people living both in poverty and oppression. But experience has shown very clearly that financial support or technical input alone do not lead to lasting changes. So instead, a sustainable development depends very much on local actors' ability to analyze problems, to design solutions, to implement policies, and also to adapt over time. So for us as SIDA, when we look at capacity development, we see that it serves three long-term objectives, which we try to address at all times. We think about ownership, we think about sustainability, and we think about the systemic change. And of course, if you want to have a strong ownership, it's important to strengthen the national and institutional capacity to ensure that the development processes are led by partner countries and not by a development partner like SIDA, for example. Secondly, sustainability. Institutions that can learn, that can innovate into reform, then if that is the case, then they are able to sustain results after donor funding is coming to an end. And since the donor landscape is changing so rapidly today, this is really super important. But also systematic change. Capacity development enables transformation of system, not just isolated projects. And this logic underpins very much SIDA's long-standing position that capacity development, it is not a sector, it is a core approach across all our areas of development cooperation. And we are very happy that we are funding this capacity building program, Innovation, Transformation and Resilience for Sustainable Development, which I know is also part of the larger AYUDA NEPAD program, African Science, Technology and Innovation Indicator Initiative. Sometimes the names of programs are designed to be catchy. But in this case of this specific program, I would just like to stop and underline the importance of the three aspects named for sustainable development and why it is so important. Innovation. And I mean, I think that coming from Sweden, I hope you don't think that I want to brag, but Sweden is known for being quite innovative. And for us for me coming from SIDA, we see innovation not only as a technology in itself, but as a new way also of organizing, governing, financing, and also to solve problems. It is also our opinion that science, technology, and innovation, all of these are critical for countries moving from aid dependency to prosperity. Also, transformation. Transformation refers to long-term structure changes in economies and societies. And we support this vital transformation by strengthening policy-making capacity, by improving coordination and evidence-based decision-making. And the last point, resilience. Resilience is about the ability of societies and institutions to anticipate, to absorb, and to adapt to and recover from shocks. And capacity development is at the cornerstone of resilience. Because institutions with learning capacity, with data and adaptive governance, then they are better able and quicker to respond to both uncertainty and to crisis. I have tried to emphasize how important capacity building is to us when we look at it from a Swedish Development Corporation perspective and from SIDA's perspective. And I really want to emphasize that this program that is being implemented by Lund University, as I said, in partnership with Ayuda Nepad, really puts an emphasis on everything that we talk about: innovation, transformation, and resilience. Today is the beginning of a 3-day conference with the purpose of furthering commercial development of conductors and to see them as a pathway for economic development of scale, increased resilience of the economic ecosystem of Africa. And hopefully, this is one further step into developing both a dynamic and interconnected network of businesses, startups, investors, universities, and government institutions that collaboratively foster innovation, productivity, and growth in Africa. And that is also what Swedish Development Corporation is about. The semiconductors, they are crucial in today's world, and that was emphasized very strongly by the previous speaker. But also the demand and needs for the technologies, they are increasing. Semiconductors are the essential brains and the fundamental building blocks of modern technology, enabling everything from smartphones and computers to cars and medical devices to function. They are crucial because their electrical conductivity can be controlled, acting as tiny switches to process, to store information, powering the digital age, and enabling advancement in AI, clean energy, and communications. To wrap up, I am sure that these 3 days will be full of lots of useful discussions looking at opportunities for cooperation, for market development and partnership. And I can tell you, not only speaking of an embassy here in Kenya, but Sweden is ready to work with you on this when it comes to different countries here in Africa. And I hope that this conference and this program can contribute to the process where Africa can specifically develop its role as a driver for enabling future technologies such as AI, 5G networks, autonomous driving, and Internet of these devices. And I heard also from the previous speaker that the question is not if Africa should engage, it is how it should engage. So with that, I would like to say thank you, and as we say here in Kenya, asante sana.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marie Otterson, for those wonderful remarks. Our next speaker would be Mr. Robert Son, who is the president of the American Chinese CEO Society. He's traveled all the way from Los Angeles to be here with us. And in this discussion, permit how I speak, it would not be complete to put a topic like semiconductors on the table within the current global dispensation without looking at what China is doing, America is doing, Japan is doing, the global north is doing, so that we can more appropriately situate where Africa should be. We live in a global context. And so we're extremely enthused that though from the private and personal sector, Mr. Song has made the effort to join us and give us some perspective. We also have a huge diaspora. It's Chinese diaspora. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
你好. Good morning, Jumbo. Thank you. It's a pleasure. And also, I want to thank the Professor Brado Okolo invite me to, to share some of our experience in investing in Africa. I'm from US and China. So in my experience, in terms of, ride with the rise of the economic development. So I started my journey in the 80s when China was still very poor. And the West is very advanced. So that's a big ride for the rise of China's opening to the world. And also, I have the lucky experience, went to US. Ever since I've been back to China, US, involved in a lot of the activities in terms of getting Americans to invest in China. And it's a big wave. Then a lot of Chinese development link so closely to the US largest market in all aspects, and the Europeans. So now many people ask me why I'm in Africa. We have a lot of things to do in US or China, the two largest economy in the world. So my answer is the opportunity. Because I came to Africa in 2022. I didn't have any sense of what Africa is all about. Instead, we had a very, bad impression of this continent. But until I came with a group of American Chinese CEO delegation, a lot of CEOs, 15 of us. So we discovered the new world. Then we start to understand the opportunity is like a China in the 70s or 80s. So the investment opportunities and also coming to Africa to do things that now in US and China are not possible.
Recording in progress.
So some examples. We brought many of the Chinese manufacturers used to sell to US. But now, because of the trade war between US and China, so many of the manufacturers not able to sell to US because of the high tariff. And opportunity in Africa is able to get these companies, manufacturers to come to Africa to make the products here, then continue sell to America or to EU and enjoy the duty free through AGOA, all the treaties. And now China get involved with Africa for many years, but now last month I was involved in welcoming the Chinese vice president delegation to Africa, including Kenya. Then China opened the door for African products to China duty free. So all these things happening here in Africa. So we are again enjoying the ride with the risk rise in Africa. So today I want to congratulate this semiconductor forum. It's a very important industry. And today, China, US, Europeans, all working and compete in the semiconductor industry. Of course, US is in the lead, and China is catching up. But for Africa, you know, that's one thing I was so impressed when I first came in 22. You know, the digital, the industry, like in Kenya, they took me to this Kansa city, the smart city, which is near Nairobi. And so when I was visiting there, I see, wow, the digital industry already been planned in Kenya, 15 years ago. So 2 months ago, I met some friends from Huawei in Kenya. And Huawei, by the way, is one of our members. So I asked them, what are you doing here in Kenya? And they said they were trying to get the digital center all set up in Kansas City. So all these things are getting ready for Africa. And they told me the Kansas City is not only for Kenya or East Africa, it's for the whole continent of Africa. So every day now, a lot of these semiconductor, like chips, whatever related, it's in our life. Last week, I was having a meeting with the UBA, talking about how to help more investment come in. And we were talking about the woman in Kenya, when they wash their clothes, they still wash clothes by hands, many of them. Then we talk about the washing machine, The washing machine, like in China, US, nobody wash clothes by hands. So for the washing machine, the chips. So everywhere in our life, every day you use the phone, the EV. But one of the draw in Africa, like many of the, friends, government leaders talking about the minerals in Africa. Actually, we are also involved in the mineral industry, mining. So that's a big draw. We see the opportunity for how African countries, including East African countries, Kenya, can get into this semiconductor, because all these minerals are so important for these chips. So we see the investment opportunities in Africa for this industry because of these raw material. So that will draw a lot of investment. But we also see like a China, US invested billions of dollars into develop the high-end chips. But in Africa, we see the opportunity how to get involved into the semiconductor industry. How about packaging, testing? All these need a lot of intensive labor because in Africa, we see many of the countries do not have enough jobs. So that area, many of the Chinese companies, American companies, they can come here to invest. And we do industrial park. So we welcome any industry come to invest here. So we can help, cut short in getting all the protocols or all the red tape. So settle in the industrial park, set up clean room whatsoever. So the opportunity here will get the importance of African countries to participate in this world of semiconductor industry. And one of the things I was so impressed, this Chinese New Year, I went back to China to celebrate. Then Chinese television station put up a robots, performance. I don't know if you have seen the robots in China. The AI is so advanced now. It's incredible. And this morning I was watching the news in Shanghai. The robots participated in the marathon. So the first three place was won by the robots. It's unbelievable. So for this big industrial rise, the wave, the opportunities, I see Africa is ready. Because Africa does not only have minerals, but also the huge market. That's how the early days in the 70s, 80s, the Americans, the Japanese, the European, get into China because of the market. So we see this opportunity is great for Africa. So be ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Song. And as I mentioned, he is, if we may, he is the Chinese diaspora. And we have a huge African diaspora. And the biggest semiconductor institution in the world, the TSMC in Taiwan, was established by a Taiwanese diaspora. So even as this is the first of a 10-year minimum long conversation, we typically look to our diaspora and the various diaspora that have had experiences crisscrossing nations and regions, seeing opportunity that we sometimes cordoned by our boundaries do not see. We appreciate the remark that he brings from that perspective. And moving forward, we do intend on making sure that our diasporas are at the center of the table. They are our brain powers. As we normally say it, we on the continent, we are the stem of this tree called Africa. And they are the branches with fruits out there. So we'll be looking forward to making sure that they're well engaged. Our next speaker represents a key partner in this conversation. Many of us celebrate South Africa out of Mandela and the apartheid and anti-apartheid movement. But that experience with them being the most recently liberated country on the continent has also put them to be very conscious of their role on the continent. South Africa is a preeminent country in terms of techno advancement. And they've been very intentional on how much they support everything continental with their own national taxpayer resources. The SKA, we all know about that. That's a South African product that supports many countries, at least 8 country partnerships now. Mandela inspired us by helping establish what we call on the continent the African University of Science and Technology. There are 4 branches. It's Mandela. Mbeki inspired us with his renaissance. And Madam Zuma made a big difference in trying to reform the African Union where she was a chairwoman. She gave us Agenda 2063. So we have deep respect for South Africa. And whenever we're doing something continental, their support and endorsement is critical for how much progress we make. It's because of that, even that NEPAD is situated in South Africa, not in Senegal or Nigeria, because that was the conversation. So we very much welcome Dr. Kevin Naidu, who represents the South African Council of Scientific and Industrial Research under the equivalent of the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation.
Good morning, everyone. Program Director, my greetings to all distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, partners, industry leaders, researchers, delegates, and friends. Good morning. I want to say a big thank you to outer NEPAD, the African Academy of Sciences, for coordinating this event, and all of those who contributed to getting us here this morning. As one of the supporting partners, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research would also like to thank all of you for being here. You've traveled far and wide, and you've decided to carve out 3 days to be here with us. Thank you very much. I feel my previous speakers have already said everything there is to say. So it's a challenge for me to top what they've said, but let me add a few things. Firstly, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, together with the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, will be championing the establishment of an African RTO network, a Research Technology Organization network, in the coming year. And the idea is to catalyze this incredible capability on the continent that is actually quite dormant. So in the coming months, we hope to rally support amongst all African nations to build a research technology organization network to really support the initiatives of outer NEPAD to implement STISA 2034. So let me go back to semiconductors. Why are we talking semiconductors? Well, for one, pure economic reasons, strengthening our economies. Over 200 years ago, Adam Smith spoke about the wealth of nations and how a country's wealth was determined by national capabilities. And when we speak national capabilities, we speak about our infrastructure. As part of the semiconductor value chain, even though we produce so much of the raw materials or hold so much of the raw materials, we only capture a fraction of the value. And the idea is to capture more of that value on the conductors is essentially a matter of national interest or continental interest. We are vulnerable to supply chain sort of uncertainties and uncertainties around international relations. I want to paraphrase one of the speeches at Davos. I'm not going to mention who, but I think you'll be able to figure it out. But it's not so much about who said it, but it's about capturing what was said. To help solve global problems, we are pursuing different coalitions for different issues based on common values and interests. It is building coalitions that work issue by issue with partners who share enough common ground to act together. Sometimes in Africa, we are nervous or shy about speaking of national interest or continental interest. And this second point of why we do semiconductors, it is really about continental interest. We shouldn't be shy about that. So today is not just about shaping our thinking and maturing our thinking around semiconductors, but it's also about building relationships and partnerships that will help us to achieve this continental interest of semiconductors, and it's about mutually beneficial relationships. Second part of what I want to speak about is, so how do we go about doing this? So Matsukato wrote a book about mission economy and the entrepreneurial state, and it speaks about the important role of government in early stage risky innovation. So whether it is solving the problem of energy or health or decarbonizing the economy, you really have to be quite mission oriented as states to achieve what you want to do. She goes further and she says this: industrial capability is not discovered, it is built. And markets are not simply entered, they are shaped. So this is what we are talking about, shaping opportunities for the continent. When you listen to some of the insider narratives of how countries achieved these massive, colossal technological advancements, whether it is semiconductors or nuclear energy or automotive, you realize how much of coordination, how much of complexity there is in achieving that, right? From a resourcing point of view, from a coordination point of view. But in some ways, in other ways, it doesn't take a lot. It takes a few people making a decision to do this and coordinating the system to do that. So on one hand, it's a massive, colossal achievement, lots of coordination of resources and people, but in other ways, it doesn't take a lot. It takes a few people making a decision. And we've done this before on the continent. It's not to say that we haven't done it. We have done it. If you look at the energy project in South Africa, which eventually became what is known today as Sasol, the country feared that it was going to be cut off from oil. We had no oil reserves, but we have tons of coal, 300 years of coal or so. And what we did was we implemented the first industrial application of the Fischer-Tropsch process. It was very difficult. We were the first country to do it. It wasn't something that happened in a year or 2 years, but a country was determined to achieve this, and it demonstrated that it could. So it has been done. It took a few people deciding to make to execute, and it was done. It's not easy, but it can be done. So the blueprint is quite clear. Mission needs to be clear. You align public and private actors towards this. You partner strategically, and it's good to see many of our partners in the room today. And then you shape policy, procurement, and funding to coordinate and make this effort a reality. I'd like to see more industrialists in the room the next time we have this meeting, because I think they're really important. So private sector is here, but we want to see the big industrials to make this a reality. So where to next? We are one Africa, but sometimes we don't have one mind on things. So given these constraints and priorities, sometimes a topic like semiconductors is out of mind. It's too far away. And so the first problem that we have to solve is this problem of setting mission and getting the continent to back us so that we can shape this, so that we can resource it. So the first problem is the coordination problem. Whether it is materials beneficiation or design or fabrication, this is a coordination problem. And which niche we play in. So my previous speaker, Mr. Sun, from the president of the US Chinese CEO Society, which niche you play in is really important. You should be careful to want to do everything and not be practical about which applications, which regions, which countries, which resources, what policies, what partners. Which is why today is an important gathering. It is to create the sensitivity of the complexity of the challenge ahead, but also to have one mind on how we do this. It is one step of many, like the program director said, but I do believe that is a step in the right direction. I'm looking forward to our conversations. Today is not just about shaping the thinking, but also to build partnerships and to build friends. Thanks. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kavan Nadu, for bringing us the DSTR and CSIR perspective. Your experience is very valued. Our brother also part of the South African team, Dr. Ndumise Singo is here. And Dr. Nadu mentioned about the Africa RTO initiative. We had planned actually to crown this event by sealing some understandings between the parties who would lead that effort. But South Africa, always being thoughtful, given their experience, told us, let's go one step at a time, make sure resources are aligned before we speak too loud. So we welcome that, and we look forward to launching the RTO in the very near future. All of you here will hear about it. The continent will hear about it, because semiconductor origin ultimately are technologies. RTO, TDS technology. Our universities have tech transfer units, all 4,000 universities on the continent. Tech transfer. Our researchers, our young scholars, AIMS is here. They have a tech unit. Everyone is talking tech, tech, tech. And of all the varieties of tech, all the varieties, how do they collaborate and work together? Yes, South Africa, Kenya has Konza. Our Konza rep just walked in minutes ago. Benin has City. Senegal has Damniajo. Do they talk to each other? Do they collaborate? Can anyone go alone? What's your human capital base? What's your financial investment base? What's even your parliamentary budget allocation for that stuff? So the RTOs are things that would help us under the leadership of South Africa, the CSIR, to start with the continent on this discussion of what does tech mean in Africa now, and how do we work together? South Africa is the most purveyor of our original concept of Pan-Africanism. So we work as a continent, not as one. And so I thank you, Mr. Naidu. I had to clarify that because it was a very big part of this conversation. And semiconductor, we want to invest and talk about the ecosystem and the economy. It's a technology, after all. So let me now get to our next call, our next speaker. I'm hoping that our IT folks are ready. For those who are not very familiar with how the continent works, when we say continental initiative or STISA or the Agenda 2063, the African Union is a meeting ground for our heads of states, the ultimate leaders of our continent. They are not implementers. They are policy wonks. They look at the global landscape. They look at the place of their countries and the black wall within the global context and discuss and decide where Africa should go, what Africa should do. They're a discussion consortium. So they established under still the South African President Mbeki, NEPAD. And hear the word NEPAD. Before that, there was no agency to implement activities. NEPAD means New Economic Partnership for African Development. The vision on naming it, names matter. We in Africa, they say, what does your name mean? You have to give a meaning, what your grandpa meant when they gave you a name. NEPAD was supposed to move the dynamics between the global Africa and the global North from aid to partnerships in economic development. Partnerships, win-win, so that we don't give, we're not looked upon as an aid recipient continent, but an economic bargaining continent. So when you hear NEPAD, think of Africa's vision or intent to be a bargainer, not a recipient of free will of the continent. So we strengthen them to do that in our work. And so NEPAD is the implementing agency of everything African Union does. Call it their ministry of everything. We have a Ministry of Science in countries. We have big portfolios of ministries who implement national agendas. We have one NEPAD. And so we rally behind them because they play that role for the continent. We have no choice. We have no order. There's no contest. When the AU speaks, we go to NEPAD and rally and support whatever they do, whatever the differences, whether they're doing right or wrong. We align behind them and correct it along the way. So we are very happy that CISA is being implemented by NEPAD. And our brother Brando Okolo and team have been doing all the work for Mr. Seke here. And our next speaker will be the CEO of NEPAD, who felt she would have been here if her schedule had aligned. She was very keen and making sure that she lends the highest voice of the institution to this effort, given the continental implications. So we'll now call on our IT to play the video of the welcome or greetings remarks from the CEO of AUDA NEPAD, Ms. Nados Bekele Thomas.
One. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, investors, partners, scientists, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I regret that official commitments prevent me from joining you in person today in Nairobi.
It's recorded.
However,
so they will replay.
I am with you in spirit and extend my warmest greetings to every participant at this important Africa Semiconductor Investors Forum. Africa, ladies and gentlemen, is entering a new era of global engagement, one defined by renewed strategic ambition in science, technology, and innovation. Guided by our Agenda 2063, our blueprint, and the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa 2034, our continent is determined to move beyond raw material exports towards meaningful participation in high-value technology value chains. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, investors, partners, scientists, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I regret that official commitments prevent me from joining you in person today in Nairobi. However, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, investors, partners, scientists, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I regret that official commitments prevent me from joining you.
Nope, that one will not work.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, investors, partners, scientists, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I regret that official commitments prevent me from joining you in person today in Nairobi. However, I am with you in spirit and extend my warmest greetings to every participant at this important Africa Semiconductor Investors Forum. Africa, ladies and gentlemen, is entering a new era of global engagement, one defined by renewed strategic ambition in science, technology. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, investors, partners, scientists, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I regret that official commitments prevent me from joining you in person today in Nairobi. However, I am with you in spirit and extend my warmest greetings to every participant at this important Africa Semiconductor Investors Forum. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, investors, partners, scientists, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I regret that official commitments prevent me from joining you in person today in Nairobi. However, I am with you in spirit and extend my warmest greetings to every participant at this important Africa Semiconductor Investors Forum. Africa, ladies and gentlemen, is entering a new era of global engagement, one defined by renewed strategic ambition in science, technology, and innovation. Guided by our Agenda 2063, our blueprint, and the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for 2034,
All right.
our
I think
continent
ourselves
is
and the
determined
hotel staff
to
need
move
partition of
beyond
this.
raw material exports
But
towards
permit us
meaningful
to
participation.
skip the remarks from the CEO of NEPAC. We'll get back to it. She's the chief host of this event. But we'll proceed to the next session. And by the way, I'm being reminded, well, on that screen now, there are two QR codes. Please do well to register for this first day so we know who is here today. And tomorrow there'll be another QR code for tomorrow's attendance. So do well to register for both of them. They're also here behind me. The first one, day one, tomorrow will be day two. And then this is the general Zoom and other registrations. Please follow that and help us capture who is here so that we can follow up with you after this meeting on the way forward. Now, our next speaker will be the chief convener of this event out of NEPAC, who would who would give us a short keynote on the global chip demand forecast and African market growth. All the things that we're now calling chips in Africa, frontier tech, and related opportunities for Africa. I'll now call on Professor Brando Okolo, who is the head of STI at Auda NEPAD, to give us his keynote.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. I would like to thank everybody that has made out time from their busy schedule to be part of this conversation, this continental conversation around semiconductors. I'd expected a much-filled room. I know all the seats are occupied, but I'd expected more people to be here, given the importance of the topic. But before I go to my brief speech, I would like to say a few things about the origin of this conversation. This conversation actually started at Lund University, precisely. And it happened over lunch between myself and Miss Ida there. And the conversation escalated to Miss Tieko, who was in Lund last year on a postgraduate program. And then we dragged that conversation to the AAS and brought it to the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation of South Africa. Then at some point brought it to the CSIR. And we kind of gambled, I would say. We gambled and said, we just need to have a workshop and try and figure out who the stakeholders around this topic are across the continent. CSIR hosted that workshop last year, November, in Pretoria at their campus. That workshop gave us an opportunity to get to know some of the people here, gave us an opportunity to understand what the semiconductor landscape across the continent looks like, who the key players are, what exactly they are doing, and also to get a sense of where the gaps are in the kind of work they're doing.
Guests, investors, partners,
I also took
scientists,
time
friends,
last year,
ladies and gentlemen.
I would say pushed mainly
Good
by
morning.
Mr. Seke,
I regret
Miss
that
Maria,
official
Mr.
commitments
Bagala, Mr.
prevent me
Shifundo,
from joining
to
you
go around
in
the
person
continent
today
to
in Nairobi.
understand
However,
what the STI
I
landscape
am
of
with
this
you in
continent
spirit
looks like.
and extend
I took up
my
my current
warmest
position
greetings
about a year
to every
ago.
participant at this
I'd been outside the
important
continent for about
Africa
28 years
Semiconductor
until
Investors
last
Forum.
year. And
Africa, ladies and
there's a
gentlemen,
lot going
is
on the
entering
continent,
a new
and I would
era
prefer to
of
focus
global
on
engagement.
the
One
readiness of the
defined by
continent
renewed
rather than its
strategic
potential, rather
ambition
than what
in
we think it
science,
could do,
technology,
but
and
really
innovation.
what is happening in the
Guided
continent.
by our Agenda 2063,
So I
our
would
blueprint, and the
focus on the
science,
speech,
technology,
and
and
I hope
innovation
that
strategy for
with the
Africa
speech we could get a
2034,
much better
our
clarity
continent is determined
on
to
what
move
is happening in the
beyond
continent
raw
and where
material
those
exports
investment
towards
opportunities lie.
meaningful participation in high-value technology value chains. Semiconductors and microchips are central
So
to Africa's digital
with all protocols
sovereignty
observed,
and future
Your Excellencies,
competitiveness.
distinguished
From
colleagues,
AI-driven
partners and investors,
agriculture
ladies
and
and
healthcare
gentlemen,
to
good morning.
smart energy systems and secure
This
data
morning, we've already
infrastructure,
seen quite a number of
these
remarks
technologies
where
will define our
what people think
autonomy,
Africa should be doing,
resilience, and
the
long-term
attractiveness of
prosperity.
Africa in terms of fitting into the
We
global
recognize
semiconductor
clearly
space, the political and strategic importance of Africa's position in the global semiconductor ecosystem. And so my task is to complement that perspective with evidence, because the case for investing in Africa's semiconductor future is no longer aspirational. It's grounded in assets, in demand, in opportunities, and Africa's readiness. So I will start by leaving us with three clear messages. One, what Africa has, what remains to be built within the continent, and where capital can unlock immediate value for our continent. The global semiconductor industry is rapidly approaching the $1 trillion mark. It was predicted to reach that mark in 2030. Currently, it's right about 800 billion US dollars. We believe that before 2030, that industry would have exceeded the $1 trillion mark. Hence, underpinning in every aspect of modern economies, from artificial intelligence and telecommunications to health systems and clean energy. Africa's participation today remains modest. We only capture about less than 1% of the global output of that market space. But this statistic does not reflect absence, it reflects positioning. Africa is deeply embedded in the semiconductor value chain, but primarily at the raw material stage. The continent holds about 30% of the global critical minerals reserves, over 50% of cobalt reserves, about 40% of manganese, and 80% of the platinum group metals. These are not peripheral inputs. They are foundational to semiconductor manufacturing. Yet the current model exports these resources in raw form and reimports finished technologies at exponentially high value. This is not a structural weakness, I must say. It's a strategic opportunity. Africa today has an exceptionally unique position to move from supplier to inputs to participant across the full semiconductor value chain. About a year ago, the narrative on Africa's semiconductor posture may have been potential, but today it's about existing capabilities. And I'll try to itemize some of those capabilities. In Kenya, the Semiconductor Technologies Limited, STL, as it's fondly called, has established a functioning nanofabrication facility at the Dedan Kimathi University. And this is not a pilot platform. It's an operational platform with locally developed semiconductor processing technologies, international partnerships exceeding several millions of US dollars, and a pipeline towards a second commercial fabrication facility. In Nigeria, advanced clean room infrastructure provides West Africa with foundational semiconductor processing capabilities. Morocco's strong automotive sector and capabilities in material science and industrial R&D and electronics, anchored by the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, positions as an entry point into Africa's semiconductor value chain. I have to say, some of you that have not visited Morocco, you really have to visit that country. You'll be surprised by what's going on. Its proximity to Europe makes it a near-shoring hub supporting Africa's ambition in materials and innovation. In Egypt, globally competitive firms have emerged in MEMS and sensing technologies, demonstrating Africa's ability to innovate at the frontier. In South Africa, a robust ecosystem exists, anchored by advanced research facilities, a growing domestic semiconductor market, and emerging capabilities in advanced material and quantum relevant substrates. And so Africa's most powerful assets may in fact be its human capital pipeline, namely the leading microelectronic institutes that have grown out in this continent, the universities that produce engineers and design talent, Pan-African institutes like the African Institute for Mathematical Science, which has a network that today generates world-class mathematical and computational expertise. These institutions are already producing the engineers, the designers, and innovators required for a scaled semiconductor ecosystem. Hence, the foundation rate of about 6%. Each of these demands unsolvable. And I'm hoping that those investment conversations could be seated here over the next 2 days. And these investment unsolvable opportunities are based on minerals beneficiation, Africa's extracts, critical minerals but perform limited processing into semiconductor grade materials. The value addition happens everywhere. Closing this gap requires investment in refining, in purification, and materials processing infrastructure on the continent. In terms of design ecosystem, Africa has a handful of cheap design houses, but lacks the scale for fabless design ecosystem that countries like Malaysia, like Indonesia, and China have built. The workforce exists in seeded form, and we see that workforce developing in South Africa within the CFIM lab at the University of Pretoria. We see that in AIMS graduates, and we see that in the STL engineers, but it needs to be scaled by several orders of magnitude. Thirdly, in terms of assembly, testing, and packaging, as already been mentioned this morning, this is the lowest capital intensity entry point into the semiconductor manufacturing value chain. Assembly, testing, and packaging facilities are significantly more affordable, were established than full-scale fabrication plants. Countries like Malaysia and the Philippines used ATP as their stepping stone into the global semiconductor industry. Africa has not fully seized this opportunity, yet it remains one of the most accessible pathways to participation at scale. Now, based on the current landscape we find in the continent, there are 3 priority investment pathways that stand out most for me. One is to scale existing platforms. Facilities like the STL in Kenya, like Gearbox in Kenya, they provide de-risked operational entry points. Investing here accelerates momentum and builds a proven foundation. Establishing a regional ATP hub, strategically located facilities in countries such as Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, and Nigeria can anchor Africa in global supply chains. It can anchor Africa to create immediate employment, to build industrial capabilities at lower capital intensity. And finally, to invest in mineral processing and materials. Developing refining and materials infrastructure will allow Africa to retain value within the continent, as we know, to strengthen supply chain resilience, to position itself as a strategic global partner. Now, looking forward and given the enthusiasm I've witnessed across our continent, what is emerging is not a fragmented effort, but the early stages of a continental semiconductor ecosystem, in my opinion. Aligned with Africa's broader development framework, such as the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy, the industrialization frameworks, the digital transformation frameworks, and the regional integration, the semiconductor sector becomes the strategic enabler of advanced manufacturing, of AI and digital ecosystems and economies, of climate and energy solutions, of health and agricultural technologies. This is not just about chips, it's about Africa's place in the global knowledge economy. In conclusion, let me close with a simple but important reflection. The global semiconductor industry, as I already mentioned, is approaching $1 trillion in value. Just think about it, $1 trillion in value. Africa's share today remains very minimal, although we contribute significantly into the growth of that economy. But Africa holds a significant share of the resources, of the talent, and demand that underpin that industry. In my opinion, it's not a deficit, but it's a one in a generation investment thesis. The assets exist, the demand is rising, the entry points are clear. What is now required is capital, its partnership, and execution at scale. And oftentimes when people talk about partnership, we think about cash. There is more to capital than cash. It requires being able to have the Moroccans sit here with us and talk with the Kenyans. It requires being able to sit with the South Africans and understand what their journey within the semiconductor space looks like and how we can complement that. So if we can act decisively, Africa will not simply participate in the semiconductor industry. It would help reshape its future. That future might take 20 years, it might take 30 years, 40 years, 50, perhaps 60 years to be reshaped, but Africa will be there to reshape it. It's imminent. We cannot run away from it. We see it in the eyes of our young people when we speak with them. We see it in what they would like to see this continent do. And when you look at the natural course of things, the imminence is there. Africa is going to play in the space. Thank you.
Are we ready now, Joe? No mistake. Let's now recover back to our audio, video recorded message from the CEO of NEPAD. By the way, thank you very much, Professor Brando, for setting that tone for us. We are all doing this under your leadership, and we appreciate the fact that this topic of critical value to Africa's place in the evolving world of tech, high tech, frontier tech, that we have started this journey together. And we look forward to working with you further and further as we craft it together and more partners join. All right, Joe.
One. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, investors, partners, scientists, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I regret that official commitments prevent me from joining you in person today in Nairobi. However, I am with you in spirit and extend my warmest greetings to every participant at this important Africa Semiconductor Investors Forum. Africa, ladies and gentlemen, is entering a new era of global engagement, one defined by renewed strategic ambition in science, technology, and innovation. Guided by our Agenda 2063, our blueprint, and the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa 2034, our continent is determined to move beyond raw material exports towards meaningful participation in high-value technology value chains. Semiconductors and microchips are central to Africa's digital sovereignty and future competitiveness. From AI-driven agriculture and healthcare to smart energy systems and secure data infrastructure, these technologies will define our autonomy, resilience, and long-term prosperity. We recognize clearly that the global AI race is not only a software race, it is a minerals to manufacturing race. Africa, as you know, holds a substantial share, over 30% of the world's critical mineral resources, including approximately 70% of global cobalt production and significant shares of manganese, platinum group metals, and rare earth elements. All these are essential inputs for semiconductors, advanced electronics, and clean energy systems. Yet today, less than 1% of global semiconductor manufacturing capacity is located in Africa. Much of the value derived from these resources continues to be captured outside the continent. This is certainly the opportunity before us to move from extraction to transformation, from raw materials to manufacturing, and from participation to leadership. This forum, ladies and gentlemen, is therefore both timely and strategic. It brings together capital, technology, and policy leadership at the precise moment when Africa is ready to act decisively across the entire value chain, from mineral beneficiation and processing to assembly, design, and over time, advanced manufacturing. Ladies and gentlemen, I am truly optimistic, deeply, unshakably optimistic. Because for the first time, the investment community, development finance institutions, and technology industry and African governments are coming together in Nairobi, on African soil, not to discuss Africa's potential in the abstract, but to structure the investments and partnerships that will unlock it. What is required now is scale. Scale of investment, scale of partnerships, and scale of coordination. This is how we build the financing architecture that will put Africa's resources to work for African industrialization. With confidence, I believe that the partnerships forged here in Nairobi will mark the beginning of a new chapter, one in which Africa not only supplies the world, but increasingly designs, manufactures, and provides leadership in the technologies of tomorrow. I wish you a highly successful forum.
And may I, while I have the microphone, also through our NEPAD colleagues who made it here, thank you and the NEPAD institution, and send thanks and greetings to Madam CEO for her leadership and the role that NEPAD plays on the continent for our development. Please. So we've had a few conversations. I'm being advised that it's time for a short coffee break, mostly because we want to capture who is here in your nice looks, so that our media knows we had the real people here today having these conversations. So please do me a favor, next 2-3 minutes, no more. When you walk out, make a right, we'll have a group photo. The cameraman is ready, he's all set up. Right, Chifundo? All right, all set up. Please make a right here. From there, get comfortable, coffee, and we'll reconvene in 15 minutes. Please make it 15. Right? 15 minutes, and we'll have 2 panel discussions after that. Our colleagues are here for a good conversation. Thank you very much. Please, no more than 3. The cameraman will be gone. If you come late, we will not know that you were here. I'm inviting those who are still interested in following the conversation to please take your seats. You can bring your coffee inside or your snacks inside. That's fine. All right. Our brother, Dr. Apis Hall, is he around? Is he around and ready? Very good. So we'll now move to our first panel of the event. What time is it now? Now it's afternoon. We'll move to our first panel, and that will be moderated by our brother, Dr. Apis Hall, who manages the Center for National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure at the NICIS on the CSIR. in South Africa. And this session will be on financing Africa's industrial transformation from mineral wealth to semiconductor markets. I would let him, as the chair of the session, to invite his panelists.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will stand with the protocol that has already been established. So with that, I am going to invite the following people to join me on stage. First, I'm going to ask Professor Bando Okolo to come over to the stage. And Pastor Franklin Amo, I hope I called it right. It's going to be virtual. He's joining virtual. Please, can you assist with getting Franklin Amo virtually joining us on stage? And Philip Griffiths. Okay. Please, welcome. And Professor John Omar Mugabe. There we go. Let me just check. Franklin, are you able to hear us?
Very well, sir. Thank you.
Okay. If you can just maybe help with the mic for Franklin so that when he does the intervention, then we can get him clearly. Okay, with this, ladies and gentlemen, as the program director has already introduced me, please, if you can grab one of the mics. Oh, they did not include the name, yes. Okay, there we go. I think I've got another, and that really helped me because now with the gender balance, I would be in trouble. And since it's my sister, I can just grab her and get in Professor Mansa Diala from University of Pretoria.
Hello, my name is Mansa. Thank you.
Yes, I know you. Thank you very much. So we are ready to start. All the way this morning, we have had the opening session. And with the opening session, the main thing here is that there's conversation that is going around the world. This is not just in Africa. It's around the world, there's conversation that is going on. And the big question is, what sparked this conversation? I think all of us know that immediately after the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of things started to shift, a lot of things started to not make sense. And one of the issues that really came out of there was, it was a chip shortage, as it was said. So whether the chip shortage and some work was done looking into it, into where we really not having enough chipset, and some was the issues of it's more around supply chain. Are we properly organized in how things are being done in terms of the production of the chips? And we saw the world starting to position itself so that we do not see the same thing happening. And out of the number of strategies are happening all over the world. So this conversation is not just happening in Africa. So as the opening speakers have already indicated, we now got to this conversation to say, what do we do as Africa? And with the theme of this conference saying from ground up, I think Africa is the only continent that has got the mandate to say from ground up, because we're really talking about solving this problem, getting from the ground based on the endowment that we have already. And the speakers also have already articulated that as this conversation is happening around the world, it is all about strategic positioning. It's about identifying what are your capabilities. And it is about identifying what are your priorities. But I think over and above is that after all these decisions, something needs to be fueled, and it needs to happen. It should move from conversation, and it needs to move this topic from theory to practice. So now, this afternoon, I'm having a panel of esteemed speakers here and specialists who are going to be looking specifically in moving this from theory into practice. And with this, we have assembled really the expertise in the areas of understanding the processors, technology, semiconductor technologies. We have looked at people who will be looking at where can we be able to unlock the resources, building partnerships so that we can be able to get this. We also have got amongst us the expert who will be telling us about the research so that whatever that we are talking about, it should be data-driven, it should be evidence-based. So with that, I am going to let my panelists introduce themselves. Let me start here, right from my side with Professor Diale, just to introduce themselves, just 1 minute, a quick introduction. Prof.
Hello. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mantsai Moche Diale. I come from South Africa. I'm a physicist. I make these devices from scratch, from minerals, until you come to the end of the life of a device. And I teach physics, I teach semiconductors, and I am the research chair in clean and green energy, where we producing the solar cells to produce the solar panels, which we will use for reduction of global warming and then consequently climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And if I can go again to Prof. Oma Mugabe.
Thank you. I'm John Oma Mugabe. I work for the University of Pretoria as a professor of science and innovation policy. My work is in policy. I don't know anything about these conductors. so for any technical questions, direct to her. I've been in the field for more than 30 years or so. I used to work for NEPAD. Occupied the office that Professor Kolo occupies, and I've also been involved in the drafting of STISA and its implementation plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Felipe.
I'm also a fellow of the African Academy of Sciences.
I'm also a fellow.
She's also a fellow of the Academy.
Hi, everyone. My name is Philippe Griffiths. I'm an investor at a firm called TLCom Capital based in Nairobi. We're a venture capital firm that makes investments in technology businesses that are using technology as a lever for scale to solve all sorts of issues across the African continent. I'm here to provide a voice on a small part of the problem, which is financing sort of asset-light, high-margin opportunities within the space that sort of reflect the needs of innovation-related investors like myself. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Philip.
And Prof.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Brando Okolo. I'm responsible for science, technology, and innovation within the African Union Development Agency, NEPID. Thank you.
And Franklin, online, if you can introduce yourself.
Yes, good morning, everyone. First, I just want to apologize for not being there with you in Nairobi. I'm gutted I couldn't make the schedule work. My name is Franklin Amo. I'm the managing partner and the co-founder of Bayless Emerging Markets. We are an investment platform focused on digital infrastructure and industry across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that out of our way, I think we are going to kickstart with and the marching orders that we got this morning from our opening speakers was Africa needs to make a decision. Where do you start? What is it that you want to do? Because now sitting here, we want to be able to convince people to join us in this move so that we can start see where do we go and who can be able to partner with us. So with that, Professor Brando, I'm going to ask you, and you have highlighted in your keynotes speak on some of the areas that we need to focus on. Now we're sitting here with people who've got the money, who can be able to partner with us. So I would like you to now give us just an indication from your side on what is it that Africa needs to do.
Thank you very much. I'd like to pick up the aspect of your question where you're asking Africa needs to decide. I think Africa has decided, really, in my opinion, and that decision has been articulated in some of the continental framework documents that we have. The decision is found in our industrialization framework. It's found in our digital transformation framework. It's found in the science, technology, and innovation strategy document, and several other frameworks we have. So, it's not like looking for a pin in the haystack. We know what Africa has decided to do. Now, as an agency, as has been mentioned today, our job is to develop an implementation plan to be able to follow up on that continental decision. Our job is to resource that implementation plan and do the work of coordination. This is our work. It's not something which NEPAD can do alone. It requires all African hands on deck to be able to do that. For those that have not looked at Africa's implementation, STISA implementation plan, I encourage you to look at it because in it you would find your role in it. We cannot, as an agency, chase everybody up to get things done. Capital is needed to get things done. Money is needed to get things done. If you look deeper into how money moves around Africa, you would understand that a lot of the money moving around are moving around the wrong priorities in our continent. A lot has been talked about the remittances that come from Africa's diaspora into the continent. It's a lot of money, about 101 billion US dollars, far above what Africa receives as development aid in our continent. Much of that money, as we know, goes into social welfare, but could we channel part of that money into continental infrastructure development? Is it possible to do that? These are conversations we must have with the diaspora and those that the diaspora trusts within the continent, because we do have trust issues between the diaspora and actors in our continent. Those trust issues have to be confronted and dealt with somehow. Also, we now have a generation of Africans that are wealthy. And I mean it, they are wealthy. They've built up wealth over the last 40, 50 years in this continent. A lot of them, you'll be surprised, don't know what to do with that wealth. We need to interface with them. We need to sit down with them and come up with the kind of conversations and arguments we're having today to get them to devote part of that wealth to driving this continent forward. And then finally, Africa does have friends. Some of them are here. The Swedish group that are here, the European Union, the Chinese, the Russians, the Americans, the Indians. These are Africa's friends. We need to be able to sit down and have a conversation friends have. When we look at this semiconductor initiative, it's not a path which a region is walking for the first time. We're not the first to sit down and decide that we want to pursue a semiconductor initiative. The Chinese have done that. The Taiwanese have done that. The Indians are currently doing that. What can we learn from them? So the advocacy work behind driving our aspirations is important. It requires energy. It requires resources to drive that, to do that advocacy work. This is part of it, but we must do more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think
I'm still sitting on that part that we have got all these people that we identify that they can walk the path with us. One of the challenges that I would suppose we are going to have is getting these people to trust us with their money. So what will be the key in terms of how Africa should organize itself in such a way that it presents that picture of an entity that is really trustworthy to tackle such a challenge?
I think Africa is already organizing itself. I go back now to the science, technology, and innovation environment across the continent. The fact that we're now currently trying to consolidate all the actors around the continental science space under the Science Granting Council initiative is a demonstration of Africa saying, you can trust me. The fact that we're looking into setting up an RTO at the continental level is a demonstration that Africa is ready to be trusted. And also the fact that we now have an innovation agency association for Africa. It exists today as we speak. It's a demonstration that Africa can be trusted. So, when people say that, for instance, the presentation today by Mr. Son, he said that all the here were bad things about Africa. That was what the word he said, yeah, until he actually arrived here. You have to be here. You cannot, those friends we're looking at, they cannot be outside of the continent and have this kind of conversation with us. They have to be here to see what trust looks like, Africa defined, so to say, and also to see how Africa operates. We cannot operate the way the Indians do. We cannot operate the way the Chinese do. There's an Africa pathway. They need to trust us enough to walk that pathway. Thank you.
Thank you. I think still
sitting in the continent and the capabilities, I will go to Prof. Omar Mugabe. And here is, as we go around trying to convince the world that we are ready and we can be able to move and mobilize ourselves, is there any research or some evidence that talks about, let's say, alignment in terms of the African continent, looking at the industrialization, in building a semiconductor industry and working together with private sector to start mobilizing any type of such big initiative?
Thank you. The evidence is there and has been there for I don't know how many decades. Organizations such as UNIDO, our own regional research bodies such as the African Center for Technology Studies, the African Technology Policy Network, and many others, universities have conducted studies that show clearly that, in fact, the industrial policies that we have can work for any manufacturing sector, including semiconductor ones. So the evidence is there. My view is that we need to move from, we've moved from evidence to policy, by the way. So Brando has referred to the policy frameworks that we have, which are informed by evidence, that we can use foreign direct investment, for example, to build a vibrant semiconductor industry on the continent. If you look at the AU Industrialization Action Plan, it's all there. TISA, the first cross-cutting priority, is about this. So how do we move from policy to practice? I think that's a question that we should ask. And my view is that we need to think about mixes of policy instruments. Policy instruments are tools or techniques that governments use to achieve policy goals. Without a policy instrument, you will not be able to implement a policy framework. Now, for semiconductors, and this will build on issues of trust and so on, I think we need at least 6 policy instruments. We've relied on fiscal policy instruments. Everywhere we start with money. And sometimes money can be very destructive. I know for Pan-African initiatives that did not take off because the focus was on these fiscal instruments. I want to propose that we start off with what are called soft policy instruments. And those are really basic policy instruments: communication, public communication. If you don't communicate well, you'll not secure trust. If countries are not communicating, if they don't know what is in for them from this initiative, from a semiconductor initiative, they are not going to come to the table. So communication is important. And many technology initiatives fail because we just fail to communicate to different groups, particularly the public. Related to communication are voluntary partnerships. And very important, you need to have a strategic approach to building voluntary partnerships where those who are willing, committed, come to the table. So just to emphasize, soft policy instruments are very important, not often deployed by our governments. Even within countries, things not work because we just don't deploy soft policy instruments. Then you have the fiscal instruments that we talk about. But this need to be organized in such a way that they make sense. You have tax incentives. Sometimes we throw tax incentives there, or even research grants, innovation vouchers, and there are many fiscal policy instruments. Then you need to think of regulatory policy instruments. Even for semiconductors, the issues of environmental sustainability, water, and so on. So we'll need to think of environmental impact assessments. You'll need to think of other regulatory, including trade ones. For semiconductors, I think we may even need to think about what kinds of investment regulations are required. I have gone to countries that should actually not be exporting or restrict export of certain minerals. I mean, it's just open. If you want to build a semiconductor industry here, I think you need to have certain regulations. Then we should also think of science diplomacy. Science and innovation diplomacy, very important, because there are others out of Africa that are going to try to make sure that Africa does not get into the business of semiconductors. How do you ensure that they don't stand in your way? Some of them are our key partners. They want to continue to extract and export back. So science diplomacy is going to be to be important. Then there are those instruments that I would call technology support instruments. And there are two. One is technology assessment. There are risks and benefits of semiconductors. I referred to potential environmental risks. But also we want to demonstrate what are the benefits, particularly to the public. So deploying technology assessment will be important in the early phase of such an initiative. Then the long term, and I'm ending at this, is technology foresight. The semiconductor industry is rapidly moving. The technologies are moving rapidly. To leapfrog, you want to look into the future so that you are not starting at the base. So foresighting is important. And both technology assessment and technology foresight are actually written into STISA 2034. So deploying those instruments will be critical. Thank you.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. I think that's set a stage now where we can now go and look at our brief from our principals here that by the time we finish this conversation, we need to be looking at are there ways that we can be able to fund this. Now, I'm going to go to the guys who know where the money is. And maybe let me start with you, frankly. Having now listened to the colleagues here on the case that are putting for Africa and that we are ready, and what else do you want to hear as a private equity investor for you to buy into this story of Africa and the semiconductor and put your money in? What does the PE need?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, sir. And I'm going to start in an unusual way as the sort of finance person on the panel and say that the problem is not necessarily with the recipients of funding in this particular instance. It's the nature of the African finance ecosystem. And I'm going to start by dovetailing on my fellow panelists, the immediate previous speaker, the academic oriented gentleman, because he couldn't be more spot on. I think, I was very encouraged by his comments because it represents the kind of realism that we need if we're going to take Africa forward in these frontier technologies. I think the African investment ecosystem in general is characterized by a great deal of naivete. And I think it is not fit for purpose. And I'm a part of that community, but I have to say that the African investment ecosystem is generally not fit for purpose because it misunderstands the stage of development in which Africa exists. And it is almost entirely funded outside of the continent. And oftentimes the source of funds and the end owners of those funds are not fully risk-adjusted return focused entities. They're often entities with policy priorities, which almost supersede their economic priorities. I would say 75+% of the dollars available to be invested in Africa come from the foreign offices of our partner countries elsewhere. And as the previous speaker said, it just doesn't make any logical sense for them to be very interested or very committed to developing our capabilities for frontier technology, which would then compete with their own ecosystems, right? It just wouldn't be a sensible thing for them to do, and obviously they won't. So what do we do given that is the reality today? I think the first thing that we need to do, and this is going to sound counterintuitive, to really make sure that investment dollars are available for semiconductors and other advanced technological pathways, is to actually have a coalition of investment intermediaries, people like myself, TLCom, which is also on the panel, et cetera, the policy making community, and the actual practitioners, those out there in the field, the STLs, the Semiconductor Technology Limiteds, the gearboxes of the world, to actually speak to our governments. That's who should be funding this. All right. I mean, I think we're fooling ourselves if we think we're going to get very far without significant state support, state-funded support for this technological advancement. Now, it's great that we have a lot of wealthy Africans. I heard that comment, at the beginning of this, and that's very true. There's a lot of bold investment taking place at the moment. There's Dangote, there's Safaricom, there are other big sort of, prominent private sector actors today making investments, but those investments tend to be strategically within the wheelhouse of their existing business, right? It's not necessarily to fund third-party innovators, right? And now if you create an intermediary mechanism which takes capital from people like that, maybe they set up family offices, maybe they set up foundations, then you can kind of start to see the trickle. But where's African money today, really? Because this needs to be driven by African money. African money sits in a few places. One is banks. But for all sorts of reasons, banks are not very good contributors of equity capital, because what we need here is equity capital. We need money that the person who's giving the money is willing to lose, right? That's equity, right? First loss equity, real risk capital is what we need, and we need patient risk capital. The other sources of capital, pension funds, and state fiscal budgets. Now, the pension funds are heavily driven in Africa by government and government policy. Many of them are owned by governments, many of them are state entities, parastatals, or at a minimum state-led and heavily regulated by state policy. So at the end of the day, the ultimate investor in this ecosystem has to be government. Right. And I think, many of us, were in some way, shape, or form trained in the last 75 years of kind of Western thinking, which was, very hostile to the idea of state intervention for good reasons. But I think for where we are today and the environment we're emerging into with many geopolitical dislocations and more to come, by the way. I mean, I think we're at the beginning of something, not the end. Because we are changing into a new world, we need to abandon that discomfort of having a partnership with the public sector. It won't work. It just won't work. The type of money we need, the type of it's almost a whole of society effort that is required to really get this moving, right? To build a foundry. I mean, Dr. Githinji is doing, God's work, trying to build a fab in the area. But the reality is, for him to really be successful, he needs more than just the Kenyan government. In fact, he needs a coalition of African governments to be supportive of what he's doing, develop a ecosystem and value chain downstream to what he's doing. Who's going to buy his chips, right? Is it going to be Taiwan? Is it going to be India? Is it going to be America? Unlikely, right? The best buyer of his chips are other African governments and other African industries, right? So I know, when you bring a private equity person on here, there's a certain response that one expects, but I really think that the Africa investment ecosystem needs to be rebuilt from the ground up. It's fundamentally built on premises that don't make a lot of sense, and we are, most of us are asked to run an investment firm as though we were in a highly developed economy, and we're not, right? We are where we are, and I think that for something as ambitious as semiconductors, which we have to do, right? I mean, it's ambitious, but we have to do it. We have to really rethink how this whole financial ecosystem has been architected, and I think I would be much more comfortable if my main stakeholders as a financial intermediary were African financial institutions, pension funds, insurance companies, state actors, et cetera. So I'll pause there, but that's my answer. I know it's probably not the one you expected, but that's my answer.
yourself, Philippe, do you think there is any posture that the venture capitalists or private equity have got in terms of Africa going into such an initiative of semiconductors? Is there any view, any appetite in that direction?
Thanks for the question. And Franklin, I couldn't agree more that the financial infrastructure and the beliefs that it's built on top of need updating. So I'll speak, not to echo his thoughts on sort of where we are practically speaking, and sort of what feels VC relevant in the current semiconductor ecosystem on the continent. I'll take a step back and just share, we're the largest seed and Series A investor in Africa, investing out of a $150 million fund with about $300 million in AUM, most funds coming from international investors. I see about 150 new opportunities a month. Less than 1 or 2 a month are in this space. The large majority, if not all of them, are on the sort of fabless and design side of this equation. Sort of 2 comments on VC for me in Africa. One, because of the dearth of other funding alternatives, it becomes the funnel for innovation capital and high risk, sort of early stage innovation capital in Africa. The thing that excites me about semiconductors specifically is 90% of the innovations we invest in is yesterday's technology applied to new innovative business models. Semiconductors is one of the rare opportunities where it's both an opportunity to be sort of a first mover from a technology perspective and an opportunity to do what African innovators have been doing for decades, which is being creative about how to operate in a resource-constrained environment with a new and innovative business model. The short answer is I think there's space for VC. I think the scope currently is quite narrow. We look for, just by way of our own business model and pressures to return sort of high return capital to our investors, high margin, low capex, relatively short-term payback periods, and that just naturally constrains us to exclude things like foundry and the like. That I think Franklin in large part was sort of speaking about that upfront capex and payback period patience required in the space. The good news is we've seen a couple companies that have been doing this. You asked earlier, sort of what would it take to get the attention of global investors? Putting aside the need for local investment on the continent, as Franklin mentioned, the simple answer is globally competitive return profiles. And so for us, what that looks like is being able to develop the IP, the sales pipeline of sort of global buyers that are willing to buy African chips, as well as world-class teams, be it PhDs or otherwise, that pound for pound can compete with global alternatives. That is currently the benchmark against which a dollar invested into African semiconductors in the private sector is compared against. And that bar is high, but I don't think it's unmeetable. One company that comes to mind for us is one we looked at last year that's doing fabless and design of chips in Egypt. It's called Infinilink. I'm sure a lot of folks in the room might have heard of them. A team of 15 plus PhDs with 10 plus patents, providing world-class chip design that helps reduce both the power required and increase the bandwidth of chips. And they've gotten the attention of firms like MediaTek in Taiwan, who invested in their seed round, led their $10 million seed round, and then eventually a global foundry that bought them shortly thereafter. And so these currently, sadly, are the exception to the rule, but we have the talent and in rare instances the sort of the infrastructure and ecosystem to protect IP in places like Egypt. That Professor Brando, you know this, having spent a lot of time there, where global buyers are willing to pay. And so for VC, we're looking for sort of more downstream fabless and design opportunities like that currently.
No, thank you. I think this comes in very well now if looking at the capacity building. What do we have on the ground? And This is where I want to tap your brain, Prof. Diale. What is it that we are doing in terms of building the capacity? Because from the investors, they would like to see IP coming out, being able to partner with the startups. And are we producing any talent in this space? What are the sort of things that we do?
Thank you so much. This is a great question. But let me follow what I have planned to do, which is clearly capacity building. I like the theme that says building Africa's talent pipeline from classroom to clean room. And I want to say we must understand that the semiconductor industry you will have to look at from materials point of view in Africa. And I'm going to take a point here, which is called tan, which is a material that, because my things have fallen now. Okay, but I'm able to follow. Coltan is a material that is a dull black metallic, which is found in the DRC. And that material is found in every cell phone. Think about it, just the cell phone. Every cell phone. Therefore, we are not supposed to be poor at all. If you take 1 South African cent and look at how many cell phones are there in the world, I think we have got big money, past 150 million USD that we are speaking about. So on the capacity building, our biggest problem is the governments, Prof. Mugabe, which are not focusing on their policies. They do have policies, but the policies are not being implemented correctly, because this metal that we are talking about, coltan, which is the source of tantalum, which is the best material that we need for all electronics. And where is it found? Most of it is found in the DRC, and we cry about unethical mining practices, which makes us poor in many areas of what we're supposed to be doing. Sorry for this, because my stuff has fallen, so I have to, but fortunately I've written numbers. So from the clean room in South Africa, in schools, the curriculum has got a topic on semiconductors, which means that we are doing well by introducing semiconductors in high schools, so that it doesn't become a scary thing as you go up in the universities. And then I'll take the University of Pretoria, where we have the Department of Electronics, Fuchs, Carl and Emily Fuchs, which is represented by Prof. Turi, and the Physics Department, where we do these things. We make devices from scratch by looking at materials, metals and oxides, and we put them together and we produce something that is very important for your device, for your chip. So whilst we are doing all of that, then the issue is, are you producing a number of students who will be able to take over the business as it comes? In my group, in particular example, I teach students not just to do the materials, but to realize that going into the clean room, you must be an expert. So your years from master's to PhD, you must be able to understand how clean the clean room must be, or else your chips are going to fail. And then we do generally what we call short barrier diodes, metal semiconductor contacts, which is the basis for this chips that we are looking forward to. So what I have done personally to make sure that we work together as Africa. I go into many African countries to introduce these courses on semiconductor physics, semiconductor, whether working on semiconductors. Makerere University has now a PhD from the University of Pretoria who is introducing this course so that we are sure of what we are working together on. UCAD, University of Sheikh Anta Diop in Senegal, we are doing the same thing. And even Asansek in Senegal, we are doing the same thing. We've just produced some few students from University of Nairobi right here, funded by PASET. And that's where we really need money in the labs. It is not just money that is going to produce the end product, but it's money that we need for traveling through Africa. If a student is at Chambogo University in Uganda, or at Masindi Muliro in Kenya, and they don't have an XRD, a machine that is very important for the basic production of that first part of the material that will produce the device, then we need money to fund that student. Please don't go to Europe, it's not necessary. Come to South Africa. And then we have got an agreement. I have agreements with the University of Nairobi, Makerere, Dar es Salaam, Rwanda, Zambia, where we work together. I fund the student being at the University of Pretoria. It's South African money, it's government money. It comes from NRF, National Research Foundation. And then what is there? I'm being asked this question, what is there for South Africa? For South Africa, we're going to write a paper. And in that paper, the owner of the paper is South Africa, so nobody can argue with me about that. So we are doing a very good work in producing excellent students who'll go to the clean room, who'll have the know-how of the production of this. Finally, let me just say that whilst we are working so well, we must focus on our youth. We must be prepared to transfer the skills to our young people. We are aging, and we cannot be the ones who are holding the probe in the lab, because what's going to happen is that we are not going to produce the excellent stuff. So let's fund the production, from capacity building. And as you have said, let governments be involved. There used to be an initiative between South Africa and African countries. For example, the work that we did with the University of Zambia was on the bilaterals. And let me tell you, I learned so much from my colleagues in chemistry from University of Zambia. And we produced a number of students there, but unfortunately, they all went into academia to teach at different universities in Zambia instead of going to factories, because we don't have that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think now we're going to get into a more interactive session with the rest of the room, and where I will give you an opportunity with what now my panelists have just shared with you. If you have got any questions, and please, panelists, we want to get as many questions as possible. Please be succinct and get to the point so that we can be able to address all the concerns from the room. If you just raise your hand and introduce yourself and ask a question, can we have a roving mic? Okay. Thank you, Prof, for volunteering. That's the first question, though.
Thank you very much. The name is Ndumiso Cingo from CSIR South Africa. Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question, and thanks to the panel for sharing their thoughts. Just a question. It always bothers me, and it's never one that comes out very strongly. The diversity of the continent is one of our strengths, right? And the number of countries, but also the number of countries represents a challenge in coordinating something of this nature. So want some thoughts, particularly Professor Okolo, but some thoughts from the panel about how this can be done. I mean, China can easily, coordinate its own population. India, same, and so on and so forth. And the populations are about the same as the African population. How do we do it with so many countries? Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If there's any other question, I've got another question there, then we'll get the panelists to respond.
Thanks. Just firstly to say where we could get money from, we could get it from the reparations to Africa. The issue, it's not a funny issue. That's actually quite serious. Okay, the reparations are a serious issue, and it's going through the United Nations for this. But it's one things that need to be considered. The other aspects are being able to manufacture chips and circuits in a laboratory is the easy part. The issue to produce at industrial scale, and the kinds, you need a minimum of a class 10 clean room, okay? And the kind of equipment and facilities that are required for that, and the capital equipment that's required for that, means you need to have some kind of offtake somewhere. And it can't necessarily be in relation to other continents or other companies. Your chances of getting there are actually very slim. So you need to actually figure out the mechanisms by which what industries do you actually leverage, and it's part of the panel that's on later. But how do you, in fact, given the way the venture capitalists are talking here, how do we find the mechanism to take what exists at a university level and take it to the kind of industrial manufacturing scale where you're sitting at a manufacturing readiness level that's way above what's actually currently exists? And how do you bridge that gap?
Thank you. Let me take the third one. And then we can respond to those questions. Oh, there's a fourth one.
Thank you. I'm Professor Jean Bosco from Dedan Kimathi University. I am the founder for Virtual Mechatronics Lab. My question goes to the whole panel. We know we need to brainstorm a bit. Our colleague from China, somebody mentioned about why industry moved from Europe to China. And then our professor, Madam, she said about the skill development. How do we develop human capital? And we need to look at Africa. What is our competitive edge? Because having one PhD student in Makerere or in Dedan Kimathi, and we think we can build the human capital, it may be a challenge. The question is, can we look at existing technologies which can help us to build human capital very fast? Because Africa, we have numbers. Today, our competitors, when it comes to human capital, can be China, can be India, can be Indonesia. But here in Kenya, when I look at Nigeria and the Ethiopia because of the numbers. But what do we have to be able to build the human capital very fast? Thank you.
Thank you. I think the last question there, then we can respond.
Hi everyone, my name is Brian Dioba. I'm an AI research engineer, self-taught, and this is going back to answer my previous, the person who just raise the last question, I want to ask, like, in terms of how we're going to move forward, in terms of making sure that we're learning so fast. Right now, technologies are moving so fast, and part of the panels have talked about how we need to be scaling in terms of even the technologies that we want to build in the semiconductor industry. How are we going to jump in at the right moment while also thinking long term, but also making sure that our universities are not lagging behind in previous maybe decades form of learning. I'm also a founder of nature.bimri.net, which is a platform where self-taught people like me can learn quickly and fast. My question to the panelists is, how are we going to interface between these fast forms of learning and also cooperating with the universities in the sense that where they're moving fast and we're moving slow, they can also get competencies from these universities, because we know right now things are moving very fast and we need to also to be at that forefront of making sure we're not caught in decades, maybe ways of learning and also just playing catch up. We need to be also at the frontier of things, and that moves me to asking all of us here, how can we now move from just the formal way of learning and jumping into this digital age of learning, and also making sure people who are going to learn on those platforms can get the certifications to now to be working later on in these maybe semiconductor industries and everything. So that is my long-winded way of saying I'm open to partnerships with everyone on the panel there, because we already have the platform for that, and also just moving it across all. It's going to scale continentally. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So, panelists, I think you have heard the questions. We're talking about a diverse continent. How are we going to deal with that? Manufacturing. Do we have any off-takers to really convince us that we can go on this? I think, can we scale up the capacity building? And yeah, I think those are the main anchor questions. So please, yeah.
Let
You
me
go
take
first.
this.
Yeah.
Let me go first, because everyone spoke about capacity building. And say I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher. Love being a teacher. Copy China, please. Copy what Chinese did. It is said that 100 years ago, China was damn poor and they were slaves to the French or whatever. But somehow they got themselves out of that big hole. So copy what China did. And what did China do? They took their own government money and sent people abroad so that they can go and learn. And then whatever they learn, they go back home and they implement all of that home. There is a semiconductor called zinc oxide. And then one time I was working with someone from China and asked him to buy me a phone in China. He said, you can't use a phone that comes from China. It's only written in Chinese and for Chinese only. So please copy China. And then when you copy China, Prof will be able to run very quick. And let's not look down upon our small steps. When we start going into the continent and start collaborating with other people, you realize that there is a lot of talent out there. The only thing is that you are not aware that that talent is there. Let's get out of the hole or the walls where we are and start being very open to working with other people. And then you'll see and you'll find that there is a lot of great ideas, great people out there who are actually well educated. They just need someone to help them. Finally, on the use of where do we get this instruments or whatever that we are using, that the XRD that we have to use in the lab? Someone must fund them, and who must give us the funding? The government of that country. Thank you.
Okay. First, I'd like to address the question by Dr. Ndomisi regarding the coordination at the continental level. There are 55 African countries, and these countries come with there are different levels of development, both political development, economic development, STI development. And when we engage with them, we are very aware of these differences. So basically, you construct your approach based on what you find on the ground in these countries. I'll go back to what I talked about regarding the Science Granting Council initiative. Having umbrella bodies at the continental level that can bring actors from different African countries under one roof where they agree on how they want to operate is already one way of coordination. You talked about, last night we talked about the RTOs, we talked about the IAA, the Innovation Agencies Association. These are ways which from at the continental level, we try to foster continental integration. It is working. We know it's working. It has worked not just for AU as a continental body, but also from what we do in terms of the Science Granting Council initiative, we've seen it's working. And it's an approach which we intend to transfer to a diversity of other things we're doing at the continental level, not just for STI, but also in the medical sector, in the energy sector, in the agricultural sector, where we convene actors from different, as many African countries as possible, irrespective of the language barrier, irrespective of the barriers in terms of economic development, bring them together and they agree on how we can move forward. It is part of our job and we're doing that. I just want to finally respond to a gentleman that talked about scaling learning. I know where you're coming from. You're coming from the fact that you have an AI tool that could be used to reach as many people as possible across our continent. EdTech is doing that. So within the African Union Development Agency, we have an EdTech program. And the key objective of this program is to take advantage of existing technology to be able to reach as many Africans as possible, to be able to transfer knowledge as quickly and as cost effectively as possible. And it's working. The work which Professor John Bosco is doing at Dedan Kimati University, incidentally, I was at his lab last year while I was scouting over the entire continent, and the work he's doing is fantastic. He has a training tool that is used to build up automotive spare parts components. So just think about it. You can just take that entire platform and concept and transfer that onto a semiconductor assembly line, and it would work in terms of know-how transfer and training. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Off-takers? Do we see
Yeah,
off-takers in Africa to justify
Yeah, I
this
was
kind of
gonna.
investment?
Yeah, no, thanks for this. I was gonna respond to the gentleman who talked about how do you fund the scale, the industrial scale, because I think it's an excellent question. It's an important question. So I think, these off takers, yes, they do exist. And I think, the obvious one, which also sort of makes people a little bit uncomfortable in these kinds of settings, but is the one that kind of drives off taking everywhere else in the world is defense, right? Defense and military. I mean, that's the most obvious place for these chips to find a first customer and a big customer. It's also the place where innovation will be driven the most quickly. Today, and there's a natural demand for this, right? Because most African countries aren't allowed to purchase the most advanced type of technology for these applications from the global community anyway, right? So it just sort of seems like an obvious place to start. And kind of going further with this and really, kind of echoing what everyone on the panel has said so far. I mean, the academic professor and the gentleman who just spoke before me. There really needs to be, number one, I think there needs to be at least a regionalization of approach, if not a full-on continental approach, I applaud the Audu NAPAD directive of a potential task force for semiconductors that I think is being developed. I think we should, all grab that with two hands and drive it forward with all we have collectively to make sure that and why the reason for that is because I do think this is going to be something that has to be coordinated at a continental wide level. I mean, I happen to be Nigerian, but for the purposes of this conversation, I think that's almost irrelevant. I think you have to think of yourself as an African first for this kind of thing to work. And I think that we do have complementary and contrasting advantages across the continent. I take the point on board that, we're all at different levels of development. We all have different national priorities and all that. But, we have this other sort of almost superseding thing that drives us together, which is that no one else will care, right? Like who will help Kenya? Or like, who will help Nigeria? Who will help Rwanda? Yeah, no one, right? No one. The only people who have any incentive to see this happen are Africans. Yeah, it's just the reality of life. And I think that forces us to think, as Madam Professor said earlier, to copy the Chinese, right? What do the Chinese do to make these kinds of scale investments happen and create these supply chains? Well, they use their size and their regional diversity to specialize and drive specific, essentially state-led goals and directives. But they did that in a very coordinated fashion. So, East Africa or EAC, focus on this piece, ECOWAS focus on that piece, SADC focus on that piece, and we'll trade within each other and sort of get jumpstart the engine and get the motor running. That doesn't mean you ignore the rest of the world. That doesn't mean that this is an Africa only situation or anything like that. But it just recognizes the reality that Africa is going to be on its own in order to get this kind of frontier technology going. No individual country has the capital, either human or financial, to make this happen on its own. So it has to be a collective effort. And it has to be an inward effort. I think, in Africa, particularly African elites, our orientation is generally outside, right? What are they doing in Asia? What are they doing in Europe? I think this has to be very different. I think we have to really think about downstream end products, entire ecosystems of products that are going to be sold to, whether it's enterprise or to customers, that is very Africa specific, right? What do we need, whether it's, unmanned vehicles, whether it's, different types of power management, power measurement tools, or whatever the sort of, key industries we think will drive this. This is going to be something where Africa has to really focus on the richness and attractiveness of the African market for a second. The reality is we will have the ability.
Thank you, Franklin.
Sorry.
Just checking on my time.
Yep.
Colleagues, now this is going to be a 3 seconds elevator pitch. Out of all what you now have put, and with my mandate. Oh, that's another question. Urgent one. Okay. We'll allow that before you go, but please prepare your 3 seconds elevator pitch on what is it that we are going to do when we leave here, panelists, so that we can make this to happen. Yeah, the last question.
Thank you, moderator, for allowing this last question. My name is Professor Nicholas Ozo. I'm the Executive Director of the African Technology Policy Studies Network, ATPS, based here in Nairobi, Kenya. I want to thank the panelists for their wonderful insights they have provided. And my question will naturally dwell alongside with the issue of policy that Madam Professor had mentioned, that unfortunately that policies are not implemented. And because I'm sure that there are this particular subsector dwell under some countries' specific policies, either as innovation policy, STI policy, industrial policy, and so on and so forth. And in our balance in the policy sector, we believe that politics is superior to science. Politics is superior to science because they drive even the research agenda of any country. And this issue of semiconductor that we are talking about, I am very sure that many people are not aware about semiconductors, their potentials, and what they do. Maybe the kind of contribution to the GDP, maybe the politicians may not even know. And if they are not aware, there's not enough awareness and advocacy, and maybe we have a generalized policy that take care of this. What do we think could be the silver bullet kind of recommendation? That would be my question. How will you make the policymakers, either at the National Assembly or at the executive level, to begin to recognize that this is a great subsector that could add to the economy of the countries? Most of the time, our policies are, we think that it is only when it comes from McKinsey and foreign experts that it becomes a policy. And we forget about the endogenous capacity that we make it.
Thank you. Work. Let it just be one question. And I think it dovetails well with my 3 seconds elevator pitch. You talked about governments, you're talking about policies. Now, just going around, I will start with you, Franklin. 3 seconds, please. What should we do? Including answering this question, because you talked about government. Now, here we are. How do we convince the government? How do we convince the investors? In 3 seconds, please.
I think we drive. Thank you. I think we drive the NEPAD coordination committee to create a whole society approach, including academy, policy, business, finance, and all of those people then work together on a strategy, and then one by one get the governments to lead an AU-led moonshot.
Thank you. And I'll go around from the room. Start off with you, Prof.
Well, I think Africans must know what they want. If we know what we want and it's clear in our heads, our leaders will fall in line. Thank you.
Yeah. From a private sector innovation perspective, every burgeoning ecosystem includes a research, policy, and private sector collaboration. And I think in this case, it's clear that that's the path forward. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I think our leaders know what we want. That is manifested in the frameworks that we have. We need to demand accountability. They've made decisions, but how do we get them to act on those decisions, which is policy implementation? And it's going to require a lot of advocacy, going to a parliament, Pan-African Parliament, going back to the African Union. So communication, and advocacy are critical.
Thank you, Prof. 3 seconds, Prof. Yale.
I think what we need to be doing is for us as researchers to continue to work together. Our togetherness will implement what we really want implemented, and finally educate your politicians. Educate them. They get educated. Let me tell you, I've got an example where I educated them.
Thank you. On that note, I think, colleagues, let's thank our panelists. And with this, we will end it here. We will look at how do we take this forward, educate politicians, build those partnerships, how do we sell this, and put together a winning proposal to move the semiconductor initiative forward, that it can be bankable. Thank you very much, and help me thank the panelists once more.
It's very, very heavy.
Make it like us.
Let me just move it. Thank you.
Okay, while we
Let's look over here. Let's look at the camera.
while we do the group photo, please, I'd like to invite the next panelist to get ready. They have the agenda in front of them. I'll call it out. Please get ready.
Thank you very much.
Yes, asante. Prof. Mugabe, is this you? Somebody's glasses? Okay, thank you.
And there was a pen also there. Thank you.
All right, please bear with us. We have the whole day for this. I'm going to call quickly on our next panelists to get ready and come on stage and have their conversation. That panel would be on chips for the connected continent, demand side case for local semiconductor manufacturing. And that will be chaired by Mr. Lanley Simpson, who is Chief Director, Socioeconomic Partnerships at the South African Department of Science, Tech and Innovation. I would hand over the microphone so he can lead the panel and call over his panelists.
Thanks very much. First person I'd like to call up Professor Lars Palm. Dr. Anthony Getinji. Olaf Federen. Shehu Tijani. Online. Okay, thanks. I'm going to. Okay, similarly, I'm just going to allow people to quickly introduce themselves and what their area of specialization is.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lars Palm. I am an electronics engineer by training, but I've worked in the packaging industry for 20 years. I am here because of my mixed role at Lund University, where I'm working with packaging, teaching packaging to the students, but also setting up the Swedish Chips Competence Center.
Hi everyone, I'm Olaf Federen. I'm the founder and CEO of ChipMango. ChipMango, we're a fabless company. We're US based with a deep focus on Africa.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Tony Getinji. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Semiconductor Technologies Limited, the first sub-Saharan Pan-African semiconductor manufacturer. We're located at the Dedan Kimathi University of Science and Technology. Thank you.
Everyone, so this session will focus. Oh, sorry, the Shehu Tijani online. Could you please introduce yourself? Okay. Okay, I'm going to proceed given the time constraints. So the first question relates largely to what chip categories does Africa actually consume at scale today, and what is the growth trajectory? Particularly, each of you have a insight into that economic situation.
Okay, I can go. So, just before I answer that question, we've agonized quite a bit in which sector of the chip manufacturing to be involved with at STL. I think a gentleman said how complicated, I think it was you, the moderator, how complicated chip manufacturing really is in practical terms, right? And so I think sometimes we forget that chips are not all equal. right? So there's mature nodes, there's advanced nodes, and there's so many different cost categories that go into manufacturing these chips. So for us as STL, our goal is to look for the context, right? What is the context that Africa is going to be consuming these technologies, right? So for us, and somebody said, you need offtake, right? So that the economics and the finance of it work. So for us, we look at things like livestock sector, IoT, right? We look at communications. We look at many different parts of the, like the evolving ecosystem around electric vehicles, right? And how you're going to create this infrastructure that allows these industries to thrive. So to answer your question, I think it's a very difficult thing to do, especially because we have a very fragmented demand landscape. So we don't know what SADC regions use, right? Because regions use chips differently, right? So I think there is an aggregated view that we have to adopt around what chips apply where. For us, our offtake right now is in radio frequency chips and communication chips. Thank you.
I think that was really well. At Chipmango, one of our key focuses is actually on the demand side. So we're a fabless company. The key tenet that we look at is oftentimes to have an offtake for manufacturing, you have to have the demand side. Otherwise, what are the fabs, what are they being built to serve? One mind around that is that there is the global market and there is the Africa market. Now, for the Africa market, for a fab to make sense, for the business case for a fab to close, you need to have the scale. And the scale is not in one single country. Right. So one of the areas that we've looked at is to say, what are the dominant markets on the continent right now? When you look at places like Nigeria, you say oil and gas. So oil and gas, one is an industry that I think would be interesting to uptake some of the domestic chips. It was mentioned earlier, the defense space. And if you look at what's common between oil and gas and the defense, is the ability to maybe raise capital. So you could build, you could design lower volume. You could get the lower volume, high margin business case from those ones. So I think those are the low hanging fruit areas. Now, if you're looking at the model for a TSMC, for example, those needs the larger numbers. So what markets are you looking at? Something like healthcare, for example. Healthcare is a space on the continent that there's a lot of investment in, whether based off of aid. We have a lot of hospitals around. But the question is, where are they getting their devices and solutions from? Probably China or overseas. So is there a way to educate those markets to say there are local alternatives? So again, I think of it from low volume, high margin, and then high volume, low margin.
Now it's on. Now it's on. No, it's on. It's off. Okay, is this one?
This one is a bit better. My knowledge of the African chip market is very limited. So if I compare it to the European market, I would say that the answers by the previous gentleman here is very similar to our market. Chips are used differently in different areas. There is a large inflow when it comes to defense applications now, especially with the increased budget for defense, especially in Sweden. There has been a long tradition of dual use. That's a tricky thing from a Swedish perspective. Now that is less complicated, so I see more money going into defense applications in Sweden. I think that will definitely influence the semiconductor business as well. So if I stop with that.
Any ideas on the growth projection as well, and the requirements and the capital required for those growth projections?
I think if I can speak for myself and what we're trying to do. So, when I talk about aggregation, right, what we're saying is, for instance, ASICs, application-specific ICs, right? They can be
fabricated in a way that they apply to the different markets that you're using. However, if you don't have a platform and awareness, right, about do these chips even exist? Are they even manufacturable inside of our context, right? And it's very difficult to aggregate. And what do I mean by aggregate? What that really means is I could build an ASICs chip that goes into a defense-oriented industry, right? And yet, if you look at the different use cases of ASICs, they could be used just as well in oil and gas. They could be used in industrial electronics. They could be used in many, many different sorts of use cases. So what we've decided to do at STL is to develop what's called the Open Silicon Foundry platform, which allows different users to put into the system the demands of the chipsets they need. And as you know, when you talk about systems on chips, also, you could develop a lot of capability inside of a single platform, given the level of integration that you need. So to answer your question, I think, first of all, there has to be awareness in our continent that chips can actually be manufactured here. When you look at what Ola is doing, he's also giving us the perspective that chips can be designed here. And that means that we can use our context to give a feedback loop to Ola as to what kind of design we need. And remember, they also have it manufacturable. You know, you don't design a sub 10 nanometer chip and expect it to be developed at STL. It has to be sensitive to the level of investment that we're developing. So to answer your question, it's difficult to talk about scale. All I can say, the force multiplier here is countries that are utilizing the different technologies, and to know that that capability exists in the continent and it needs to be scaled.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. I think, just like Dr. Tony said, we could perhaps have a McKinsey or someone do a study and they'll say, okay, this is where the market is growing. But then the question is, the money and the value from that market, is it going to African microchip manufacturers, or is it, are these companies being imported from China or from Europe? So the market could be growing, but is the African market growing? There are two separate things. Now, for the African market to grow, like Dr. Tony said, what needs to happen is, one, the awareness. So we have a bunch of embedded system solutions across the country. There's so many embedded systems companies. And they build their products and they capture the market. And then wait a few years, a Chinese company comes in, floods the market with an SoC focused solution. And then the local embedded systems company cannot compete. One, they cannot compete on the technology stack because they're using a pure off-the-shelf embedded system solution. They need an ASIC that can be manufactured by Dr. Tony, but do they know that? Do they know that it's possible? So I think just like what Dr. Tony said, it's important for people to know what's possible. I think oftentimes at the point of the design, the manufacturing plant, you already know where you're manufacturing your design, even before you start designing. So that shows that the system needs to be together. And I think that's what Dr. Tony is referring to when he's saying that the market is hard to predict what the market is, because which market are you talking about? Are you talking about the imported market or the market from the ecosystem within the continent?
Okay. Is that your comment? That's fine. You can go ahead.
And by going ahead, once again, I'm converting to the European branch here, because my limited knowledge of the African business. Looking at the European business, I would say it's once again basically the same. Great variety of industries using the chips. Growth in many of the areas. If I look at the availability to manufacture chips within Europe, there are fabs in Europe, but there are not of the. We were talking about TSMC before. I think there is nothing of that kind in Europe, and there's no plan to build anything like that. I think the more the mid-range and downwards, that's what Europe is aiming for. I think the research funding in Europe is going to finding technologies, but maybe not necessarily implementing them into factories. So I think from that perspective, I don't think Africa and Europe are that big, that far apart. I think we're fairly similar when it comes to the the implementation of fabs in our vicinity. I would say that the fabs, the high-end fabs, they are where they are. It's very difficult to build fabs for the top of the line. I don't think that will happen in Europe, but that's my guessing.
Okay. So the professor this morning in his speech actually said that Africa has a consumption around about 630 million units in 2024. The projection that by 2035 that will only grow to around about 820 million units, which is not large in amount of time. That's 190 million units more. So, and I think that's based on the nature of the technology and the networks. However, given that 2G and 3G networks are going to be switched off and the move to 5G and eventually further up, there'll probably be, I think that's an underestimate in potential growth. So the question, in relation to the kind of areas, so 85% of Africa's market is taken up by communication and logistics. But so it's not so much the sub 10 nanometers, it's actually the 12 to 28 nanometers that you're effectively looking at, because what you need in a mine is certainly not what you need in a cell phone in relation to the kind of communication systems. And of course, in South Africa, we're busy trying to get communications in deep level 5 kilometers down mines, which is very, very different. So in effect, the kind of leveraging of the factor economy components to actually switch and jump that and allow that to move into the knowledge economy. So it's converting the mining, minerals, agriculture, forestry, fisheries into the kind of mechanism. And that's the kind of leveraging networks we need to establish. So the kind of things that I'm trying to raise, in effect, is not just looking for the overseas. Within Africa itself, you can actually develop, and the biggest manufacturing component could in fact be automotive, and the nature of the automotives and the development of next generation mobility systems. So if we go on to the next one, which is with respect to semiconductors to chip manufacturing, what procurement commitments or offtake signals would anchor investors need to see from large African, or what would these investors need to see from either large investors in Africa or from African governments?
So I think the question you're really talking about is what is the level of risk that investors are looking for to get to enter into agreements with STL or Chipmango to produce the technologies that we need. I think Franklin was right. I think traditional funding models might not necessarily be what we need, especially when you're trying to create a stimulus for manufacturing. If you look at the recent entries into semiconductor manufacturing, like Vietnam, there's an actual deliberate strategy that the government has in terms of being government as a customer, right? So like for us, we were fortunate enough to have our government in Kenya look at STL and say, you know, we desire to have these kinds of chips. And they came to us and we had a discussion. You know, government as a customer is a de-risking mechanism also, because it de-risks the upstream investment, right? And so I think that the threshold really needs to be understanding the demand that is possible. And I really have to say this. I think a lot of times we talk about the current state of affairs, right? You know, the capability that we have in our country and other countries is predicated upon the level of investment that currently exists. However, if the investment flow happened and then the awareness gap is met, then the demand might be a lot higher. So I think we're talking about exponential sort of growth once the seed investments have been done. So what I would say is, number one, governments need to create the policies and the infrastructure that allows STL, Chipmango, and others to develop their technologies at scale and also have a competitive advantage. You're not going to break even in the first 10 years. I can tell you that. I've been building this technology for 30 years plus. And I know that to start up a fab, go through semi-standards, go through all the different types of standards for the chips you're going to manufacture takes years. So there has to be a de-risking mechanism from the government, including policy and infrastructure. And then you'll find the inflow of private investment. I think even sovereign funds need to get involved. Family offices need to get involved. But the venture capital landscape of 7 years to return is really not practical in the seed years of this kind of technology.
And I'll just expand a little bit on the infrastructure aspect. I remember growing up and hearing about this tale about building a house, and it said if you build a house on sand, you're essentially wasting your time. And if you build a house on rocks, then what's going to happen? But you need a solid foundation to build a house. And I feel like oftentimes, as a collective people, we see what's going on in Europe or in US and China, and we want to be discussing at the same level, and we forget that we don't have, the foundation. And I'm like, hey guys, everyone, let's build the foundation. So I think part of that foundation about infrastructure is really the capacity building. When we look around the room and we have amazing profiles in this room, but the question I ask is, where is our youth, right? Where is our youth, and where is the participation of our youth, and how many of them are actually online and listening and following up with this? Now, a lot of what we focus on at Chip Mango is engaging the youth, to be interested in semiconductors. One of the things that we found out, and microchip design, one of the things that we found out, and we all know about, is that the rate of innovation when it comes to microchip design or semiconductors is so quick, and most of it is happening in the industry. And the reality is that there isn't a university on the planet that takes in curriculum that quickly. We talk about Nyquist's theorem, the rate of sampling. You just can't sample it fast enough for that to get into the universities. So part of what we focus at Chip Mango is that we work closely with the industry, and we say, can we then on the other side partner with the universities, and can we target the youth? So I think that capacity is something that we should maybe collectively discuss more. We can make sure that the people that will build the Africa that we're talking about, they're also in the room and they're engaging and they're being a part of the conversation.
And I think the topic of addressing the youth is very relevant. I think it's very relevant in Europe as well. We see the same problem, attracting the students at the university age, trying them to go into the microelectronics field. It's too late. We need to do that much, much earlier. But how early can we do that? It's not the only area that pokes for this attraction from the kids. So the entire STEM area with the science, technology, and so on is very interesting, but we need to push it downwards in age so that the young kids are interested in this. Thinking about de-risking from a governmental perspective, that is also important stuff. And it's also something that I think the European initiative is about, setting up a CHIPS fund to help up these startups and the small and medium-sized enterprises to build their business. Thinking that something will be commercial in 5 to 7 years is out of the question in Europe too, of course. So I think the similarities between Europe and Africa are still very large.
Do you mind if I add something to all? Just 2 seconds. So the program we have with Dedan Kimathi University, when we're talking about capacity building, is that I think the model we're using is very unique in the sense that we have a company that is located inside of the campus of a large technical university, right? So we normally take in students from third year of engineering through 5th year of engineering. And they engage in the manufacturing process, in the research and development. They engage in many different types of activities, including coding, industrial controls, and all that. So the outcome of that is that they provide raw materials to us to train up. In large quantities, we take in 50 to 100 students over time. Now, granted, we've had a few funding challenges since USAID went away, but the point of it is, if we're able to create this ecosystem of skills development, it's also a de-risking mechanism, because like Franklin will not invest in a company where he does not see the capacity to produce, right? And then where he also sees that import whole scale of skills from Europe, United States, and elsewhere. There has to be indigenous capacity built. At STL, we have 70% women workforce, right? Which that means the gender gap, right, is also something that we're looking at. It's not just young men, it's also young women. So to echo what Ola is saying, we also have to have that indigenous supply of capacity in advanced manufacturing.
Okay, so Shehu Tijani is online. Could I just request that Shehu introduce themselves first, and then tackle the question is, with respect to semiconductors and chip manufacturing, what procurement commitments or offtake signals would anchor investors need to see from large African enterprise or African governments?
Hello, good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abdurrahman Zakaria. I hope you can hear me though.
Yes.
All right.
It's very soft, but yes.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I will be filling in for Mr. Shehu Tijani Abdullahi. He has an emergency to attend to. So, like I said, my name is Abdurrahman Zakaria. I'm business developer at Amal Technologies Limited, and also Amal Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited. So basically, I will like to introduce and tell you a little background, and just I'll be brief, and also tell you about what we've been able to achieve, and to tally with the question that you've asked. So at Amal Technologies Limited, we commissioned in 2018, and we started with electronics manufacturing basically. So we've been you know, in order to have a complete supply chain, we started with PCB manufacturing. We did SMT and enclosures. In a situation where there's nobody doing it in our vicinity, so we had to like step up and do these things. So in the SMT, definitely you need semiconductors. In the SMT production line, definitely you need semiconductors, and in any electronics, basically. So we did backward integration along the line. That was in 2022, and we started, going into chip design and chip manufacturing, which right now we now have a clean room situated in Nigeria, and we are now doing chip modules and chips for devices and identities and SIM card modules and all of that. So if you can come again one more time, can you please repeat your question?
Okay, it's what procurement commitments or offtake signals would an anchor investor need to see from either large African companies or from African governments in order to actually develop the sector?
All right. So basically, I think from our own point of view, there needs to be like a long-term or offtake agreement. I'll cite an example with one of the projects we worked on here in Nigeria. For an investor to step in and see that, okay, yes, this is actually very bankable. They need the long-term offtake agreement needs to be there. For example, in Nigeria now we're trying to work on the NIMC project, which is the Nigerian Identity Management. And for this, we need semiconductor, we need the chips and all of that, the chip modules and all of that. And without, a long-term, like 15 years, 30 years agreement between us and the organization, which is in charge of which is in charge of the agency in charge of, this identity stuff, it's not going to be very bankable. When investors step in and they say, okay, there is no, timeline, there's no, agreement and all of that, they won't actually step up and, invest in what we have to offer and what we've already invested on already. And, a clear visibility of demand across multiple markets. So like the markets we are actually, working on is a lot. We are supporting a lot of industries in Nigeria currently. We are supporting the telecom, we are supporting the fintechs, we are supporting the utility and IoT devices, not just the identity. So if there is no, multiple market as well, the investors won't see a reason to go into a single, chain of, investment. Like once that is not there, then what happens? So I think this is from our own point of view here.
Okay, just one thing I want to add. Around about 2007, we were trying to set up a research network between South African and universities in Africa, South African universities and universities in Africa within the mining and minerals processing sector. We had a discussion with various universities and so forth. And then we spoke to the companies. And one of the companies, and I won't say which company, eventually said to us, we will never do any research in Africa. We will have the best we can do is sample preparation. And the reason for that is because there's no clean, consistent power and clean, consistent water. If you need an experiment to run for a month, you need that power continuously and clean. So similarly, we need from governments, if you are going to manufacture wafers, you need at least 4 nines power and stable voltage requirements. You cannot expect to actually manufacture if you don't have those things. And those utilities need to be provided. So it's one of the things I was hoping you guys would actually say, but I thought I've got to add it here because it's the role of government to provide that. Without that, we will not build a semiconductor to chip industry. Thanks.
Can we comment on that?
Yeah.
I think I'd like to comment on that. I think, we talk about semiconductor manufacturing like it's a monolithic process, right? So there are many different entry points, right? So if you're talking about front end fab, you need 5 nines power. But if you're talking about OSAT or if you're talking about packaging, which is assembly and test, those are low hanging fruit because number one, all I is fabless, right? So you can provide the designs. You can go to many different fab companies that can NXP, Tower, Samsung. Some of these guys have foundries, right? Depending on the technology level. And so, to me, my advice, and I really hope the ecosystem, gets to a point where there's interoperability between the companies that are doing this work. But if you start with assembly and test, that's what India is doing, right? They're building up a lot of assembly and test. I've worked in Malaysia for many years and Philippines, and they do a lot of that. Thailand is trying to build it up. So I think you can choose. You're right. I mean, the government may not be able to invest today in 5 nines power, but it doesn't mean you cannot create the infrastructure for back-end manufacturing. And so I think we need to, and especially as you design the strategy for the semiconductor evolution, you need to also advise on not just the chips and the demand, but how you're going to manufacture them, right? Like Uganda has a lot of silica that is used for making silicon wafers, but think about the power demand for just doing that. So I think there needs to be enough information in the continental strategy that talks about which parts of that supply chain are you going to pick off first, right? So that way the level of investment doesn't become prohibitive and infrastructure does not become prohibitive. Thank you.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. I mean, I gave the top end example because that's the aspiration. In South Africa, when we manufactured the Roodbom, which is South African gunship, the control systems for that are all digital, and the chips had to be at a particular level. And the manufacturer had to be at that level. So if we want to actually if this is the defense market we want to, and we want to access that, we have to be able to produce at that level. But yes, there's a whole consideration of the addressable market and how do you capture what parts of the addressable markets over what periods of time. And you can and then we can get into that, but yeah, that's a deeper investigation.
Yes, and I just want to maybe add a comment to that. I think one of the things that we should also consider in terms of lowest hanging fruit is the fabless aspect of the ecosystem. And why is that? Africa, as we know today, we've gone through a lot of transformation, but one of the most recent one is the software and the fintech. And the front end aspect of the chip design is very similar to software. It's essentially software design. You're running, you're using if else statements, while loops, for loops. It's the exact same thing. You're just thinking from a hardware perspective. Now, in the investor forum earlier, there was a talk about what's investable. And sometimes, if we had a number of startups on the continent that are focused on the front end side, that's a low hanging fruit for some of the VCs. It's also a de-risking, and that also becomes the demand side for the manufacturing for the case of a manufacturing ecosystem on the continent.
Okay. Next question is, with respect to semiconductors and chip manufacturing, what policy instruments, such as local content requirements, preferential procurement, tax incentives, will accelerate the shift from import dependence to local supply?
Okay, so I have a bit of a different angle on how to think about policy because I have a lot of wounds to lick, especially when it comes to policy. I mean, we invested pretty heavily in Kenya in around 2019, and in as much as I think it's important for policy frameworks to be developed through the agencies you'd expect to be developed by. If you look at what's happening with exponential technologies like artificial intelligence, which is by capital the largest, value, right? Sometimes I feel like policy needs to catch up because, for instance, at STL, we're very impatient about the things that we know we can do but are hamstrung by policy. So I would agree with, I think it was one of the professors who was here who said soft policy is really important, right? Sometimes we think about fiscal policy, we think about all these things that are fairly complicated and they don't really give us a line of sight as to where does STL need to invest to get the biggest bang for the buck. So now to me, I think infrastructure investments in terms of policies that support the underlying industry should be a priority, right? And when you talk about, it's an ecosystem, it's a supply chain. So obviously you expect STL is not going to do end-to-end manufacturing of any one particular thing. We still have to depend on, the global supply chain. My prayer is that we do a good job of coming up with centers of excellence in the different regions of our continent that can be part of the supply chain. And so that for especially with if you have the AFCFTA, 50 countries have signed on, but I don't think anybody has started contributing anything yet. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so the problem I have with sometimes with large policy drives is that they take an awful long time for us to see what the benefit is as private sector. So when we talk about open Silicon Foundry platform, for us, we're looking at private sector-led policy strategy initiatives that can be presented as papers to the government for implementation. When we talk about the Africa Continental Semiconductor Consortium, which again is a problem we have with fragmentation and silos, is that we didn't even know that this was already going on. And so we had already started 2 years ago looking at which countries can we talk to who could be part of a consortium that helps us get to somewhere we need to get to. So I think from a policy perspective, for me, my input would be, first of all, awareness. What's going on? What are you really trying to accomplish? And policy cannot be done 100% from policymakers. It needs to be done in consultation with private sector because we're the guys that where the rubber meets the road. So from a policy perspective, fiscal policy is important, yes. Infrastructure development is important. Soft policy is very important. And human resource and development policy is also critical. Thank you.
Well said. Now, well, I would say maybe go back to earlier when I was talking about the off-takers. I think for the semiconductor ecosystem on the continent to thrive, it needs to operate as a flywheel. The business case needs to close. There needs to be incentives for every actor in the flywheel to do what it is that they're doing. So there shouldn't be need for a whip to say, okay, for the flywheel, it should operate by itself. So an example is when we look at what's happening with AI right now. with the GPU clusters and all of that. There's enough money in the flywheel that everything is just happening by itself. So in Africa, how do we create that flywheel, that operates by itself? So when I think about it, I think the embedded systems companies and the IoT companies, what are they suffering from today? They're suffering from encroachment from international companies, from maybe from China or from wherever, that come with competing products that are much cheaper. And so when you say copy China, are the governments in Nigeria willing to heavily subsidize the embedded systems and IoT companies the way China does that, right? To bring the cost of these items lower so that the ecosystem even thinks about, you can't force someone to buy a product if it's too expensive for them. And if the quality or the performance of the product is not, comparable to something from China, you just can't do that. So what as a government, what are we doing to? Have we identified the top IoT and embedded systems companies? Are we protecting them from encroachment from overseas? And because it's those companies that would say, okay, now that we have market and we feel comfortable, we want to go to the next step to defend our market position with a custom SoC. And they call Dr. Tonio and they call Chip Mango and say, okay, we feel confident about this market, that someone is not going to come from overseas and disrupt the market. And we're willing to invest 2 to 3 years to build a chip that would serve this market. So that's why I think a policy that would protect our embedded systems folks, policy that will protect our IoT folks, is the same policy that will protect the semiconductor industry.
Interesting sound outside here. Thinking about policies in EU, once again giving the EU perspective here, I think the set of policies within EU, they are supporting the initiative to move forward with the semiconductor business. But I think there is still somewhat a detachment between industry and the industrial needs and what society wants from this. I think the ambition in Europe is to push for, it's about to protect what can be done within Europe, not necessarily sharing with others. So what we are doing here today with you is not necessarily in line with the EU focus on bringing things back to Europe. This European Chips Act is a reflection of the American Chips Act, which is basically reverse the outsourcing, bring things back. And in all honesty, the European initiative is fairly similar to that. We want to bring things back, but we also see an ambition of sharing and building. So the reason for us being here now is to share some of the knowledge that we made, but also to listen and learn from you. So policies are important and they need to be connected both to the societal aspect. You were giving very many and good examples here, so I'm not going to add it to those, but I think policies are important. I don't think they're really fully developed in Europe, maybe reasonably developed.
Okay, and our colleague online. Can you hear us, Abdullah Khan? Okay. In relation to that, the one thing I want to raise is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that has been developed. And earlier on, things were made in the previous panel, regional strategies versus continent-wide strategies. And there are things that one could in fact do, like, so if South Africa, for example, manufactures particular systems, to actually have a subsystem from Zambia recognized as local content and fit into that particular policy kind of creates the exchange. And particularly around the whole digital trade component that actually exists within the Continental Free Trade Agreement. So I'd urge people to go and look at that, and hopefully it gets activated as quickly as possible. Then there's so you can have a SADC region strategy. Then you could have a relationship, so in terms of the power centers, South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, Kenya, etc., in terms of how in fact they interconnect but you need cooperation and collaboration. It's one of the things that's actually some of the hardest things to pull off. And in connection with that, I just like to say, so people talk about capacity building all the time. We got to the point where we said to our universities, you keep building capacity all the time. You've got so much capacity, but you're capable of nothing. And the approach that we want is capability theory. And the capability approach is the one developed by Amartya Sen as an economist, and what capability really means, because it's about freedom and choices connected to issues of development. And until you actually connect those two together, you'll have lots of capacity, and that's so what. We need to define what that capability is and at what levels in order to actually address the different types of markets and development approaches that we require. Thanks. The last one, actually, I think that was it. I'm going to open up now for the floor for any particular questions of our panelists. One, any others? 1, 2, and 3. There's something taking a mic.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, I want to thank all the 3 panelists for the very insightful discussion, and also appreciate the fact that all of you really acknowledge the importance of getting the youth involved in terms of capacity building. Coming myself from education and research field, so I did introduce myself. I'm Professor Sam Yala from the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences. Also take this opportunity to appreciate Dr. Anthony. I think that recently you came for providing some lectures to our EMS doctorate training school. So that's really important to get the youth involved and to train in terms of building capacity here on the continent. My question is very, just to understand well, what your advice is in terms of when we look at application-specific chips or like FPGA, which we can adapt on the field. What will be your advice in which direction to go if someone has to, instead of doing application-specific or something which is more open, if you can say that? Just your technical advice on that. Thank you.
I'm William Makunja from a Center for Artificial Intelligence for Sustainable Development, at the moment based in South Africa. I've got a number of comments, but in the interest of time, I want to avoid. But in terms of policy, maybe just we must think about what's happening in the cryptocurrency, where there's policy regulation and the implementation of cryptocurrency working at the same cryptocurrencies working at the same time, and not waiting for policy to drive cryptocurrencies. So that's from the policy side. In terms of the marketing side, I think we in South Africa, the defense industry, for instance, we always knew that if the South African industry does not buy your system, it's not easy to sell it outside. So we kind of forced the Department of Defense to buy our systems so that it's easier when we go to market outside to say, so use this and that. And you mentioned the Roy Folk. I think when the Roy Folk was done, maybe at one time we regretted that we should have developed the Roy Folk with Brazil and another country and Malaysia, so that when it comes to selling it, we've already got 3 main buyers and not just the one buyer, which was South Africa. So that actually put the program there. But that's some of the comments I want to make. But I've got a question for Chip Mango. You've got a company in America that's focused on Africa. What do you think will be the challenges of you bringing that company and doing it in Africa? Do you think there will be new challenges that will come up, or it can still work as it is?
Hi guys, my name is Noemi. I am from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm a founder, so I aim to mobilize mining compliance fund into biodiversity asset-backed cash flow businesses. Ingest. So I had to write this down so I don't miss the point. So thank you guys for all this conversation. So I'm just gonna get straight to the point because I'm from the private sector. So I think for me where I struggle a little bit is chip fabrication, from my understanding, plants cost anywhere between 10 to 20 billion dollars and need absolute political stability, massive energy, and a skilled workforce of 1,000, not just of 100. No African country has that today, not even close. And the West and China have about 40 years head start and actively protect their supply chain. Where I wish the conversation, I guess my question to you guys is, why don't we talk about where Africa can win instead of what we wish it could be? So what do I mean by that? Mid-tier processing, battery minerals, agro-processing. The real barrier, I don't even think is technology. It's really political will, which we know, massive capital, and regional integration. We all know this. So again, my question to you guys is, instead of rather not where Africa could be, where could we actually win based on what we have right now?
Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, I want to thank the panelists for the rich conversation that we just had. My name is Dr. Oweru Jerry. I'm from the Kimathi University of Technology, and I'm also the director, Integrated Circuit Engineering Laboratory. So my question is to all the panelists. So what skill set are you struggling currently to get in Africa? And what do you think universities like the Kimathi University of Technology should adopt to bridge the gap? Thank you.
Okay, can you have the
Thank you very much. My name is Maria Stella Namialo, and I work for AUD Unipad. I just have a comment, and I'm not an expert at semiconductor, though my boss, Professor Brando, says I always have to be in this engagement so I can learn. Yes, and I'm happy to be here. From the discussions I've had, everyone is talking about the university students, the private sector is complaining, universities are not churning out the right kind of students for industry. Have we thought about TVET, the technical vocational education institutions? You know, in Africa, most people think that when you go to TVET, you failed. And I like what South Africa is doing, that they're showing their students that someone who has gone to TVET, it doesn't mean that you failed. I was just doing some research here and looking at the semiconductor and how TVET can help. We're talking about capacity strengthening or limited capacity, but these are students who are practically using their hands or whatever they are doing in the TVETs. Can't we use them to get that skill set that we need for semiconductors? Do we only have to focus on universities? And for me, I think that's a question for Africa, that we always ignore the people from the TVET. Can we include them in this conversation? Thank you so much.
Okay, can we please have the answers? Otherwise, people are going to forget the questions. Okay, so we've had one on specific application-driven chips or open systems. There are the blockchain usage as an example. I've got my own particular opinion that because blockchain is a software expression of right-wing extremism, but that's another story. Then you have things like logistics of building a mid-tier manufacturing industry based on the nature of the operations that actually currently exist in Africa, and the last one on TVET systems.
If I start with the last one, being a university professor, I think what you're describing is an excellent skill set to work in a semiconductor factory. So I think, why don't you do it? I think it's not a question.
I think I can answer with that as well. So it's very difficult, like in a short forum, to go. If you think about our roadmap for developing chips at scale. The reason why maybe we emphasize on the higher learning elements, to me, has to do with intellectual property development, right? So when you're developing these use cases for chips and technology, one of the things we insist is to make sure that that intellectual property capacity exists. Otherwise, you'd have a huge load of licensing, that kind of technology. However, if you think maybe 5 or 10 years down the line, when you have huge fabs, and I'll get to the point about the fabs, you still need plant engineers, plant technicians. You need electricians. You need people called pipe fitters because you use ultra high purity gas. There's many different types of TVET skills that we've already started developing, right? And the reason, TVET is not where people go when they feel to go to higher learning. See, sometimes it's vocational, it's the things that you want to do with your own hands. So I don't think you can look at TVET and higher learning and think that they're, different human beings, right? So I think they all fit in this industry. When you think about the semiconductor industry hiring 1 million people, if you look at the statistics of the qualifications of those people, there is PhD holders in material science, there's people who do process engineering, there's people who that do the upstream design. But the actual people that make the plant work are plant engineers, plant technicians, pipe fitters, right? People who fix vacuum pumps, people who fix cryogenic systems. So, it's just unfortunately, and I think I'll do this better, is I'll emphasize more of why that cadre of skills is also important.
Can I just add, okay, so we've done the calculation inside. Every one master's PhD person that you want to graduate, we need 4 to 15 technologists, artisans, etc. So there's a concomitant process that connects to that, and if you don't have that, you will not run a factory. Yeah, I'll extend to that and say at Chip Mango, we take people from vocational training. In fact, I love those people more than the university people. That's just a fact, and there's a reason for that. So definitely, we're always open to that. I don't think it's just university engagement. If you don't mind, I can also take the question that was directed to me because I was called out. It was, I think the question, yeah, no, there was an FPGA. Yeah, do you want to take that one? Or? Okay. So the first one I'll take is the one that said, okay, Chipmango, we're a US-based company focused on Africa. And I didn't finish my statement, but yes, we're focused on Africa, and we are also in Africa. We have a design center currently in Lagos, where we've trained people in the front end design, and they're doing design outsourcing for US clients. And we're partnering with universities in Nigeria, and we're looking to expand into design centers in Eastern Africa, Southern Africa, and Northern Africa. So it's in our roadmap to be across the continent, and we're having those conversations to try to enable that. So I think I'll let you take the FPGA. Yeah.
So I think the question was FPGA. Sometimes we throw acronyms around. It's field programmable gate arrays, right? They're also programmable, right? And so I think, and then ASICs is application specific integrated circuits. So I'm sorry about some of these acronyms. Sometimes, like finance people always throwing stuff around, and you don't know what the hell they're talking about. But to me, FPGAs have a critical element in terms of the use cases. Not all use cases are equal. However, you will find overlap, whether you use an FPGA or whether you use an ASICs, right? Now, I think to me, a lot of it has to do with what capabilities are you trying to get and what problem are you trying to solve, right? And then one of the things that we don't talk about, because maybe we don't emphasize too much on the manufacturability of some of these devices, is not just a cost issue, but what are all those technologies that are going to building a field programmable gate array versus an ASICs? So the answer from my perspective depends on what the use case is, right? And also the tools that you would be using. You see, chips don't exist, there are tools sometimes that you need to activate functionality. And so the choice of the tools is also one of the considerations you would have. I don't know from a packaging perspective if you have some input on that.
from a packaging perspective, but I agree with what you say on the difference between a generic system and a specified system. I would like to add the energy consumption perspective to that one as well. So not only the desired functionality, but all the amount of energy that you consume linked to what is the application here. So I think that's the important case when you select those between those two. It's a question of skills.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. So I think the way you assess your wins, right, is important. I think we should look at this forum. You know, it says investor forum. You know, for us, we also talk about from lab to fab, right? So right now we're in lab, right? We're basically have a roadmap that says, you know, this is where we are, this is where we're going. But where we are going is not, and I take a little bit of issue with let's copy China or let's copy whoever it is, because sometimes you lose context. And for us, we believe that context sensitive solutions for the African continent is where we need to be. And so when you talk about fabs cost $1 billion, it's true, right? They do cost a lot of money, depending on the node level. We just talked about earlier, you know, if you go sub 10 nanometer node, you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. And that's only internal investment. There's also ancillary investments that go into making that work. So to me, and you talk about agro-processing, one of the projects that is an offtake from STL is it's actually an IoT device that goes into agriculture. And the context here is important because it's for livestock and it solves certain challenges which don't exist in the US or European Union or elsewhere. So I think, you know, we don't have enough time to kind of slice and dice it, but I think to me, the measures of success is the context of the technology. I think if you're able to show context and solutions, you're going to get the funding. And if you're able to get the funding, then you can scale up to so-called other low-hanging fruit. It's just like you're on the upstream side. You have to make a decision. She talked about coltan. And I think coltan provides tantalum, which we use for memory manufacturing, right? So even for you, you might wonder why not coltan and not niobium and not titanium, right? So there's many, many different use cases. So to me, the measure of the success has to be the context. And the final measure of success is a Pan-African supply chain for chips and technology.
I'd like to thank all members of the panel. I think we've lost a person online. But thanks very much. And I think we've given people a lot to think about in relation to the complete value chain that's required. And yeah, I'm going to hand over to our program director. And thanks to everybody on the panel.
Thank you very much. Please, for the camera, before we proceed. And while they get ready at this, we'll now invite you out for lunch. We thank you for your patience, but we also appreciate what I see as a total focus on the conversations. I haven't seen many people being distracted, and that's encouraging for us that the topic attracts your attention enough that you have this focus on it. You almost forgot about lunch. So when you walk out the door, immediately to the right, lunch is served next to where we took a picture. Lunch is served there. Right now it's 2:30. So we had actually made a program to end the day around 3. So we had given a little lapse in terms of things moving back and forth. So we'll come back at 3:30. When we come back, we'll have 90 minutes. There will be a session by Nina Georgia, our partner in this crime, if I may call it that way. Let them get ready, Joe and Co. As soon as we come back at 3:30. And then we close after that with a wrap-up by our NEPAD friends who have been taking notes on what's happening, and our DSTI friends, Seke is here, and Palisa. So please, let's go out for lunch. There is food. We'll come back at 3:30. Hopefully be done by 5, an hour and a half. After that, we'll see, especially for our guests from out of Nairobi, especially for those who made the effort to come. Even Nyeri is out of Nairobi. So even Konza is not in Nairobi. So Nairobi is like home to some people, but that's okay. Those from out of Nairobi, international, we've arranged dinner, kind of well-catered dinner, still here at about 6 p.m. So lunch, 2 more sessions, go relax, 1 hour, come back for dinner. Still next door. We are all in the same space here. We're not going far. All right. Please keep the conversations. Again, it's very new on the continent. It's very nascent. You'll be surprised at things that we take as challenging on the continent are very little challenges when you see what other countries or other parts of the world go through. Those who are more advanced, they have a 20, 40, 50, 200, 300-year leap on us at their beginnings. If you read their history, they even fight wars over things like this. The dynamics of development are not instantaneous gratification. So we only do our share for 10 years and pass the baton to those who come later on. But we must start and do it intentionally. So no one gets discouraged. Africa is what it is. We live in a global order that pits us at the bottom, and we are fighting our way up to the middle before we go to the top. So don't be discouraged. And this is how we start a discussion. I started by encouraging all of us that don't underestimate what we're discussing here and your role in that conversation. If semiconductors power modern and future technology, everything is technology. If semiconductors are the ingredients of modern life, and Africa must play in that space, you are the one starting the conversation. So don't underestimate that you are the one starting, however small. My friends from the ANC in South Africa knows the ANC. 2, 3 people started before you know it, you have independence and Africa is free. Everything you do, 2 or 3 started, might take 10 years, 5 years, a century, whatever. But start, we must. Start, we must. Not starting would mean betraying the continent. So there are many technical details. This business is very messy. You move 1 step forward, 1 step backward. I've heard about finance a lot. I moved here from the US 2 years ago. And one of my inspirations was President Ruto. Young, dynamic president who beat his former boss at elections. He came to the US in 2022 at the US Head of State Summit. And he was talking very loudly to the diaspora and to the global powers that be. We must reform the global financial architecture. It keeps the continent at the bottom, unable to finance its development. That was his mantra. So it inspired many of us in the diaspora. Within 2 years, we had a finance bill in Congress here, in Parliament here. So this issue of financing is not a trivial thing of I want, I don't want. Why we don't we? We live in a global structure that collectively we must struck our way to where we can finance our things. You can critique the parliamentarians, the ministers, the executive branch. But Africa is not down at this bottom by our incompetence or our lack of intent. We play our role within the confines of our capabilities and let history take care of the rest moving forward. So let's be very encouraged on this business. We have a way to go and we will get there. What we are enjoying now is what some started 20, 30, 40 years ago, pre-independence, you name it. We just play our role in that African historical chain. But I find this to be extremely important, that if Africa, we missed the Industrial Revolution. We missed a few. We were slaves. We were colonized. We've come a long way, and we're still on that path. So no one comes out of here with a sense of, well, Africa is this, Africa is that, it's too much. No, we play our role and pass the baton. But we must play our role. And we're very enthused at the African Academy of Sciences to support NEPAD and all the players to make sure that this discussion means something and we move forward with something. So yes, lots of things, lots of details, 1,000 of them that we can only handle 2 or 3 or 5 today. But the pathway we must chart together as Africans who are the actors in this field and do it right. So I thank the panelists who have had conversations, lots of things to reflect over. I thank all those who are still here, clearly awake and focused And the work of development is not a work for the weak. And for those who want to see all the fruits in their lifetime. It's for those who are playing a historical role in their own lifetime. Thank you. Let's go for lunch.
Recording in progress.
until you find yourself in the whole equation where you are able to get the climate change that is being that needs to be funded. So that's another funding. Another funding that we are getting from PASET. I hope some people know what PASET is. PASET, you know PASET. Okay, thank you for PASET. PASET has given me some money when I host students from University of Nairobi who graduated, actually. That's very nice. That I got 2 students from University of Nairobi who graduated. So PASET would give me $5,000 per annum per student. So, and they fund their students fully. So I do have some money that I am saving, which I can use to help other people for collaborations. So I'm interested in collaborations. Thank you.
Special thanks to our fellow of the African Academy of Science. Okay, it's 7 minutes before. Yes, 7 minutes before. Nee, I'm coming to you, my brother. I know you travel so hard to get here just this afternoon. Your voice must be heard. He left DC. He got here just about 2 hours ago for this meeting, so we can ignore you. Just let me give one wrap up. We have 7 minutes to go, and we want to end this by 5 o'clock so that we have time to go refresh before dinner time. Let me take Nee as the last speaker, if you don't mind. We have tomorrow to go. So please, Nee, welcome to Nairobi.
What time is it? All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nee Simmons. As my friend Kim has mentioned, I'm based in Washington, D.C. We got connected through AFDB. Yes, when I used to work at AFDB. Well, I want to thank you guys for having me here. I just joined the last session. Sounds very interesting. This is a remarkable to have something like this here. We've been talking about doing something of this magnitude for about a year now. And when I say that, we have myself, Ola, we have a WhatsApp group. I think a couple of you guys are on this group. And it's mostly people in diaspora, Africans in diaspora who have experience at Intel, NVIDIA, what have you. And when I first became, when I first heard about this group 3 years ago, I joined, I said, wow, there's only a few people. And then over time, it just became bigger just through my network and what have you. So this WhatsApp group, it's an African Chips group, and we'll provide a QR code for anybody here to join. But structuring ourselves is very, very important. If you look at other regions around the world and other emerging frontier markets, they started this in the 70s and 80s. And it's very, very important that what you guys are doing here is a long road to growth, economic growth, job growth, connecting industry, technical institutions, universities, and also to create commercialized innovation that can be indigenous African countries, right? And I just want to thank you guys for doing this because this is something we've been talking about for a while, right? And it just warms my heart that there's this, you have leadership through Brando, NEPAD, and you to do this. And I look forward to giving remarks tomorrow. And last but not least, I would say, when I was earlier, I said, you look at other markets, other regions around the world, they started in the 70s, 80s. During the growth of the semiconductor industry, when HP and others outsourced some things to Southeast Asia, I think Japan got into the mix, nobody really knew about these markets. People were saying, was there base electricity? Was there the talent there? And Over time, Southeast Asia improved themselves, but guess what? They were structured, right? We have to structure ourselves because as somebody who used to work for a DFI, World Bank Group, IFC, AFDB, investors will look at a region or a continent and will say one or two things. First, is the region secure? Two, what does the ecosystem look like? Brandon, you and I talked about doing mapping, stakeholder mapping. You have to find out who's doing what, who's prototyping, who's doing lab work, who's doing tool and die. All these things matter because if you're not mapping the ecosystem and mapping it from a tier 1, 2, and 3, and 4 perspective. I just got back from Morocco. Who's been to Morocco here? You're assembling cars in Morocco. 2 decades ago, they had tier 2 and 3 suppliers supplying catalytic converters, gearboxes, Peugeot. It's good that they have leadership and there's a team that can just, he says something, everybody has to bow down to what he says, but they started it two decades ago, and we start now. Hopefully, it's not 2 decades. I said this to you earlier. It could be 2 decades, but hopefully, in the next 10 years, we have our own indigenous tier 1, 2, and 3 firms like STL who could just spawn an era of African invasion. And that's what I'm hoping. All of us here spawn in African invasion so we can have our own Wakanda. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Just on time. So, when you have a microphone, it's like you have to talk, but I don't have to talk. So please relax yourself. No, there are 2 last things. If you're coming on sponsorship by any of our partners, please share your boarding passes. You travel, so you know the requirement. That's how we justify that we pay somebody to travel. So if your travel to this event was sponsored by any of our partners, please make sure that you leave. Sheila is there. She will do well. Or any of us, please leave your boarding pass. Any other logistics issues to remind people? And then also, for those who are traveling to Gearbox tomorrow or to Nyeri, there's a form for you to fill. So we arrange logistics appropriately. We don't want to get a 10-seater bus and then there are 20 people on the bus. Yeah. All right, for the visit. Okay, good. So you can scan here and sign up for the visit. We want to be as precise in our count and accommodations as possible. Okay. Dr. Kitinji, our decor host, we have some security clearance. We know you're high tech and high security. Do we have any requirements on providing ID information or passport information? So, right, so let me say it this way. If you plan to go on to the code, to the STL, in addition to filling the form, use your phone. Just take a picture of your ID and provide it. We don't need a scanner. Just use your phone, take a picture. For those of you, if you're doing this business called Semiconductor, you should understand how much high stakes it is. You should understand this business. This is where the Third World War is coming from. This is extremely high stakes. So you don't walk into that facility just like that because you're an African or because somebody knows you. It's like walking through a very high security environment. Lots of barriers. So respect that Africa can do things that require barriers to get in there. So please, if you're going to go there, we will make it a requirement. It's not a problem. Just provide it and one will be good. And support Dr. Kitinja and his team. We want you to go, want to make bus arrangements for everybody. Just work with us for the logistics and issues that are required. We don't want anybody to be embarrassed because they couldn't get on the bus, it's too small, or they couldn't get in the facility, there's no ID. So provide those things and we'll be good. Anything else? We're all friends here. And we keep mentioning that this is the team in the house here. It's very, very possible that not everyone in this space is in this hall today. It just tells you the limitations of our own knowledge of the ecosystem across the board. Please help us get more data on who could be interested or could be of interest in this conversation. Less the policy people, but more of the practitioners. We can find the policy people there in the ministries and institutions. But the practitioners, who is doing what where, who should be part of this discussion, who should we contact for the next event or to continue this? We are having an advisory committee to advise this effort moving forward. You are here because we believe you are the practitioners. And so it's your community that you know more people, the way Me was saying here. Please help us know them so that we build this together more solidly. All right. With that, I rest my case for today. Thank you so much for your attention. We appreciate your being so focused, and we are very encouraged that you spend the whole day here with us, and no one else has blinked. No one is tired. Dinner will be on the room next door. There are three halls along this hallway. So one, middle is two, third at the end is where you have your dinner. Let's meet there at 6 p.m. It's 5:03. 6:30? All right. I'm corrected. 6:30 p.m. 6:30. 6:30 p.m. And come, we're trying to impress you, so we'll make it a formal dinner. Formal, whatever it means to you. Formal dinner.
Recording stopped.
regards to safer livelihood, right? And this informs the existing gaps that Mr. Nicholas have really articulated. It calls for a collective responsibility.
Tuko sawa? Akimikasa? Sound iko sawa. Wait.
Real design challenges. You will see the results of our automated
coordination that is so important to move from aspiration to implementation. The coordination that is so important.
TO term and condition and it will be illegal. So this factor position the continent where